Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday? Yes, it's Tuesday. I totally forgot what day it is. But I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome in, Catastrophe and Rainer. Hope you're both having lovely days, lovely afternoons. I forgot to connect my face tracking. I got everything but my face tracking, so we'll be there in a second. Oh, poo. Oh, do I have to calibrate it? Hello, Moon. How are you doing? There we go. Can I make this smaller? Yeah, make it like that small. Welcome on in. My brain is thinking. It's thinking very hard. I need to take my meds today. I need to fix this. Select. Okay, I think we're good. Oh! Fucking... Bruh. Okay, there we go. Playing Minecraft, a witch has me trapped in a hole. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck him up. Oh, fuck him up, Moon. Fuck him up. Hey. 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 I'm still getting used to this new face tracking. I feel like it's not capturing my face as well. Yeah, like my mouth is open, but it's like not opening. Okay. Mouth open. Huh? Thank you for the lurk. Thank you. Isn't there like a mouth open sensitivity? Or is that the eye blink sensitivity? Okay, maybe it'll be okay now. Alright. I'm gonna trust it, but I feel like my mouth just isn't opening as much as I want it to. Okay. That might be better. It's kind of like a different face when I look at it. But maybe that's just how my face is. I don't really know. I don't know. Okay, I have to test a thing. Oh, multiple things. This one. Video settings, let's turn this back down to 12, apply. And then we're gonna get the Akashic tome. Akashic. hopefully this works the way I want it to. This is so hard because I feel like I need to look at my VTuber while I'm talking, but I can't. Well, I guess I could. Hold on. I feel like I gotta say like a sentence though. Maybe the smile sensitivity is too high. And the jaw sensitivity needs to be better. This maybe? I can't tell. Hold on. I'll need to move. I need to move. I need to move so I can check it. Where's jaw open? There's jaw open. Maybe it needs smoothing. No. Let's say, oh, I need to take my medication. Am I just that smiley? I might just be that smiley, and I just don't know that. All right. Oh. It's like hard because I can't like just test it by like just making mouth forms, I feel like. Because I feel like that's not really a good test. I feel like my mouth closes really quickly. 0.7 to 0 1.7, and then if we have these be the same values, 0.7, 0.67, and maybe they'll work better. Maybe. I have to keep talking, but I'm like thinking as I'm doing this, and it's like I can't really think while I'm doing it, but I think it looks better. I think. I don't know. Okay, well, maybe I'll mess with that after the fact. There you go. Okay. And it's like, okay, so it doesn't really matter. This one, this one, this one. Yeah, this works. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so that works. And then, okay, so that means I'm just gonna do that to the world. Oh, I do need to be this big though. I'm gonna be on this website. Okay, so we're gonna do FTB chunks. We're gonna remove FTB chunks. And then we're... I thought I had this set up, but I guess I didn't. FTP. I put it in my notepad though, so that should help. No, I didn't. Oh, I like added mods, didn't I? Yeah, I think so. Open folder. Mods. Open parties and Akashic times. Yeah, I added 2. So I'll never see you now. How you hiding from me? Yeah. Somewhere in the. Okay, so now it should be good. So now we just start this. And then options, video settings, apply, make that windowed. And then now that that's all good, I should go to FTP Forge chunks. Share profile, export profile as zip. Config mods, not read and export resources. Oh, cancel, I forgot to. And we're on version v1.52. Save. Add file, choose file. Download. Nope. This one was up. Hi, Norman! How are you? I hope you're doing well. You know what? I think I know the problem here. I think the problem was that I have a face loss display, which I don't need anymore. Hi, bestie. Hi, Buster. I'm okay. How's you? I am good. I am good. I am just getting the server updated and also trying to fix my face tracking. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That means a lot. I hope you enjoy being here every single day. Because I enjoy having you. This is going to be this one, and then this one, and then this place is magnificent. You're magnificent. You're magnificent. And then added. My eyes are a little off. I might have to check that. Okay, I'll check that in a second. Added. Akashic. Oh my goodness, Momo! I hear my kid being a little goopy. Goopy goober. Okay, I think she wants attention not to play. Okay, that's fine. And then we also added open parties and claims. What? Yeah. What do you mean, Moira? I'm trying to get your attention. A goob? What a goober. Alright. Yes, that should all work good. Yeah. So let me try joining the server. And then if I'm clean and I'm good, then we'll be good. And who knows? Maybe this might even be the one. Starting to rain. Okay, I'm gonna go back. There's this one. Yes, okay. Cool, it worked. Ow. Oh, we once again spawned next to the Tower of Giza. This is the map that I think it is. Excuse me? 2 Pyramid of Gizas? 2 of them? I'm just happy that that's cleaned up. So I can upload this file. Add file. But now I don't like that world. Nope. Didn't like it. Didn't like it, chat. Didn't like it. Could have been better. Oh shit. So many people are streaming. Is wife not streaming today? Oh, is it not in my suggested collabs? Where's my wife? Where's my wife? Okay, no stream today from wife. Okay, that's fine. We'll lurk. We will lurk in Pengy's stream. Oops, that's not what I want to do. We'll lurk in Howlett's stream. We'll lurk in Pancake's stream. Cool. We start this guy, and then I'm going to test some things with my VTuber model. BLT, you're gonna scoot over here for now, buddy. And be behind that. Okay. This one actually looks like it works a bit better. Outside of the eyes, I guess. Which I write. My socks are green too? Really? That's cool. That's cool. I think this is inverted, that's why. Negative. Okay. Okay, that looks right. Hi, pixels. Okay, and now I just gotta fix the eye open. 0.8. 0.7. Okay. I think this looks better. The only thing that's broken in this version is, oh, Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is the mouth pucker? I think. Why mouth pucker do the opposite thing? So this will be one negative one. I think that's better. It's so hard to check if it's better or not. I think so this just needs also an adjustment on the jaw. The jaw. Do I make it? Ooh. It's like dish. Ooh. Wing, 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 wing. Maybe I make it lesser, like even less. So that way when I talk, it's like... It needs like a little bit of smoothing, I think. Okay, no, I think the jaw is opening too soon now. So maybe I'm wrong. Because we want it to be smooth. Smooth. Maybe a little bit of smoothing? 15 maybe? I guess one other question I have is, I wonder if this would have the grouping. Probably not though, if I had to guess. But I think that's okay because I think I can copy the configs from the last one to this one, which I think would be better. Maybe a little bit less, like maybe 0.65. Maybe that's better? I don't really know. I think that's better? Apple soup and beans in a pie. In a pie. I think the mouth pucker needs to happen sooner. Apple pie in a tin. My watch stopped showing me a higher number. Oh, you mean like it's stuck? Is it stuck? Is it stuck? Is it stuck at a different number than you'd want it to be? I wish I could turn my jaw off. Just so I could see if it looks good or not. I think it's okay now, but I think I'm smiling too much. Damn, zombie knocked me into a lava pit. Which, wow! Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Do you not have any, like death protection on your Minecraft? Mouth smile. Apple pie in a tin. What I'm doing right now is more of a mouse shrug. It would always move to the goal like you get 17 and it shows 17 out of 19, but it stopped 20, doesn't show 20 out of 22 or 21. Testing for sign. Yeah, it says 20. Now raw dog it on hard mode. Damn. I'm raw dogging it on hard mode. I want mouse shrug to be a little bit more. Apple. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Okay, I think that's better. Beginning of a world, so it doesn't matter, just stings. Oh, that's valid. I think I'm like scrunching my nose. What's happening? What's happening? Wait. Mouth press, lip open. Mouth pucker is too much now. It's my jaw. Jaw open, jaw closed. I'm unloved. No, you're not. I love you. Let's talk about this song. Let me change the song. No, if the song's making you sad, we're changing the song. No, stop that. There you go. This song is Everything is Romantic. I think this is better. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Josh is gonna make me late. I'm late. You're not late. My wife doesn't love me. Oh no! Did she not give you her bread? The jaw opening is too soon. No, not soon enough. Yeah, it wasn't soon enough. She no text me. Maybe she in class. Maybe she busy. She texts you when she not busy. Okay, that's good. Elaine, I'm here. Oh, shit. I don't know why then. You got me fucked up. You got me in the middle of a battle I can't even win then. He don't know shit. Anyway, can you give your random see? He don't know see. Oh. Yeah, I got you. There you go. As a seed of a world that I liked. It's probably not going to be the same, but it's a random seed for you. She called me a nerd. I call Pixels a nerd all the time. That's a form of affection, if anything. Maybe it's better because you are a nerd, duh. Exactly, see? Maybe I am just more smiley than I thought I was. I didn't realize that. What? That's weird. I wonder if it's because it's in the sunlight. Ah, yeah, it was because it's in the sunlight. Maybe it's okay now. What is this face? This is the face that's bugging me. Is that controlled by the... Oh, wait, I got this. Thank you for sharing it, Moon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ow, I'm dying. Ow, I'm dying. No more dying. Stop it. What the fuck is that? A Reaper? We fucked up. No, go away. Is this the same world again? Oh no, am I stuck on a seed? I am stuck on a seed. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me turn the jaw off because the jaw is confusing me because I feel like it's the jaw. That's the problem. So let me just... so if we ignore the jaw, I think that this looks okay. Ignoring that the jaw is obviously not in the right position. Right? Like, I think... apple pie tin, apple pie tin, apple pie tin. Yeah, I think it's just the jaw that's off. Okay, so we'll do 0, 1. And then we see how that feels. And now it's not opening soon enough, so we'll do 0.8. Oh, that's not 0.8, that's 0.8. Okay, how's that? Apple pie tin, apple pie tin, apple pie tin. Apple. I don't know. I think it looks okay. Oh. Hold on. Let me check it with an even older version, actually. Hello, Blaster. Welcome on in. Let me check it with that version. Because that version was with... Wow, the seed is significantly worse. Worse is, I feel, a rather subjective thing. Worse is a rather subjective thing, in my opinion. Leave blank. Okay, and then stop. It was stuck on a C, that's why. That's why. Okay. Okay. So it's this. This mouth form is the mouth form that I think is fucking me up the most. Worse is subjective. Worse is subjective. I think it's whatever makes the bottom lip go where. Okay. That's the case. Start that guy. I'm on Bedrock, so it was gonna be, oh, you're on Bedrock. Yeah, that would make it very, 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 very different. I didn't know that. My bad. What's the sentence with the whole alphabet? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy bridge. Elaine feels like she fucked something up here. I feel like I fucked something up here. I'm gonna be honest. Mainly because when I look at Beezy's model, when Beezy first sent it to me, it was very different. It was very different. So maybe it is this one? I wonder... Actually, okay. We're gonna go back to a base. I'm wondering if it's because... multiple things. Wait, what if it was because of that? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, brother. It could have been because of that. This one. Because I amplified my face. And I don't know if that was the issue. Did amplifying my face cause issue? I think it did. I think... Oh, I think I fixed it. I think we're good now. When you wake up next to him in the middle of the night. Maybe. Actually, how... Oh, my nose. How different does it look if I load the base one? The lazy fox jumps over the bridge. What is it? The quick fox jumps over the lazy bridge, right? Bridge. VTS compatible version. What does this mean? What does this mean? I don't know what this means. The lazy fox jump. Wait, what the fuck is the phrase? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Oh, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The brown fox jumps over the lazy brown dog. I think that actually maybe fixed it. I think I just overdid the multiplier for the mouth. So it's like it was doing a little bit too much. I think the jaw could open just a little bit sooner though. Just a little bit sooner though. So I told Vex if she ever tries to leave me, I'm going to cripple her and force her to stay with me because I'll be the only one to care for her. That's crazy. Low key, low crazy. Because you guys have only been dating for like a month. Or a few months. But you know, you guys do you. You guys do you. 0.7. And she said, okay. Hey, fair. I finally got around to ordering new pillows, so I got some new sheets and such. Just waiting for the pillow arrives. There's a movie like that, you know? Yeah, it's like, isn't it like Kill Bill? Isn't Kill Bill like that? I feel like Kill Bill is like that. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Dog. Is this right? I don't know anymore. I feel like I'm going insane trying to figure this out. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Wow, wow, wow. I think I figured it out now. Crazy. I was crazy once. Then they locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. That's actually a really good one. A rubber room with rats. Rats make me crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. My face look okay when I'm saying that? I think I do. I think I fixed it. 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 I just need to copy the configs from that one to this one. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with rats. And rats make me crazy. I think I did it. I think I did it. I think we're okay now, chat. I think. I think I'm just going a little. I'm going a little bonkers. Liar, 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 oh liar, 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 oh liar, own self. Okay. I'm just gonna reload myself. Oh, my face is cold and my brain is tired and the day's only just started. What is this chat? What hell do I live in? Oh, wait, was that key for the BDB? Is that because of that? I think it was. It was. Fuck. Okay. Tail. And there's one where I'm like, here? Yeah. Yeah, this one. And this one. And this one. And this one. And then this one. And then this one. And then this one. Options. And then get current. And this one. And then this one. And then this one. This one. And then this one. I wonder, change transfer model scale model? Because I can no longer do the thing where it's like that, where I'm like changing where the center position goes, which is fine. But does that mean... I guess I could, this one, I think. Save. Nope. A little bit less. I think. Because I want it when I'm looking forward. Ooh. I think that just has to change this. I have to change this. Unless I just make it not as negative. Meow. Meow. Right, because it's face left, right. Oh, maybe I just don't have to do this anymore. And then if I'm normal and then I look left. Wait, what? I never look. What? Wait, no, it's this one. Okay, so 0.03. Wait, no. -0.1. 8. What the fuck? Okay, so I X left? I R X. My eye should be looking... .5. What? I'm negative. Oh, -1. 1. You're very confused in my brain hole. IX is 0.7. Okay, so we say I'm very confused because when I look this way, oh, maybe it is fine. I cannot tell. Maybe it is fine. And then when I go here, I why a little high, no? When I turn, I kind of go a little up, huh? I think that's okay though. I think I need to just do one thing. There you go. I think it's okay now. I think I have fixed it. Oh. Okay. I have fixed it. We are all good under the hood except for my ahoge. My ahoge is gone. You know what? We changed the outfit today. Oh. Oh, that's not supposed to be that color. It's just strawberry jam. It is okay. Okay, so that's all good. My phone's dead. Oh, my phone was not dead. Something. Today is Tuesday, right? It is Tuesday. Forgot to post things today. Something. Cherry lemonade. Did they not have a twitchvod? Let me check. I forgot to comment on this. Do you have... Oh no! Do you have a favorite type of lemonade? Rachel Rose on... Boop. So many things open. I want to... Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. That scared the shit out of me! Boop, 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 boop. Rachel Rose on Twitch. Oh. Thank you for the rec. I'd love to check them out. Rachel Rose, their handle. Change cover. This one save. Hi Shadow, welcome on in. Also upload a video onto the main channel. The pouring rain. Smile. Hello, how are you doing? So stay a while, she will be loved. And she will be loved. This is gonna be the world, chat. This is gonna be the world. This is gonna be the world. I believe. I can feel it in my bones. This is gonna be the world. My tummy hurts. I think I ate my breakfast too quickly. This one, this. Nope. Every day, in the pouring rain, the broken smile. She wants to stay a while, she will be loved. She will be loved. And Twitch. Boop. I was uploading this and I tagged it as milkclubmedia, and I was like, it says it's being used by 2 channels. I was like, who the fuck is that other channel? It's probably my VOD channel. A goober. I am a goober. Just one more thing. Every day. Thanks for the lurk. Have fun knitting. Have fun knitting. Got that one. Hide. V-stars. Is this week? This. 43. 43? Oh, goodness. I had too many of these. Hide rows. We're gonna have to change the cover on these. This is the Did You Know one. This one. Yeah, I don't need that. I need more, I think. I knew you well. Your come and go was waiting for the world to end. You bitch, what the fuck? Hi, Mio. I hope you're doing okay. I saw that you weren't streaming today, but know that I love you. Shift and drip the past again. Send you my love on a wire. Lift you up every time, every time. Who's away? Let's go, my people need me. Understandable, Moon. Understandable, Moon. Good luck. Good luck. Start. The only thing I really need is like this right now, so I'm gonna duplicate this, and I'm just gonna. Oh, not you. Close group, because I have like too many tabs open. Minimum wage. I love you, Mew. I love you. I love you. I love you. Trip the past again. Send you my love on a wire. Fill you up every time we're done. Who's away? Yeah, cold. I'm cold. I decided that I am cold and I need to fix this in a second. No, this one. I gotta check what VODs I have, because I don't know. I have, 31st can be moved in here, okay. And this moved in here, okay. So VOD 4, this one. Upload 4. This, it can't be this. I reuse this one, and then I remove it. No, I keep that one. It's this one, and this, and then this one, and then this, and then this. I think I forgot to message someone back. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Stream, Twitch, thumbnails, art, the 4th. The 4th? No, it's not made for kids. Here we make it public. And then that is all good, and I need to like it. kitty. You need to have the blankie on. My bad. Okay. Have blankie. My head, I was like, man, my head feels a little funky because I have my headset and a headband on and it makes my brain die. It's squishing my brain cell, my giant singular brain cell. I don't have a brain, I just have a giant singular brain cell in my head. Alrighty. Man, it must be hard to rub your singular brain cells together. Oh yeah, very difficult, honestly. I have to rub it like a Buddha belly sometimes to get it going. It's really rough. Ugh, my brain. Alright, now all we have to do now is to focus on getting this Minecraft server prepped so I can be happy. I want to like crack my neck, but it's like not happening right now. Well, that's okay. Actually, I forgot that I need to be here because I need to hide a thing, and then I gotta see if every time I reset this, if it. Okay, no, it kept it. Okay, so I'm clicking the right buttons. We're happy about that. No, we're not gonna touch that guy. We're gonna leave that guy be. And then I just want to check one more thing on here. Go away. Okay. There we go. I cried other times. This one. I might have to change the caption of Cat's video for YouTube because it's not Halloween no more. I was like, oh, maybe I can edit a video while I do this. I cannot. My CPU would not be happy with me, let me tell you what. It would be like, I'd be like, you want seppuku? We seppuku. Oh my god. Boop. This looks nice. I'm gonna put my shaders back on. I turned them off because like I was like, maybe if I see them without it, I'll be like, I'll see the bigger picture, but I think it's just making my brain numb. Oh my god, there's a boar. It's gonna kick my ass. It's got a boar, and then there's a baby boar. Look, there's a boar and a baby boar. Why, if it snowed? It snowed there? That's so nice. That's so cool. I hope it's very pretty. Hope it make your soul happy. Floating world. Very cool. The fuck? There's like a mass. Is there a mass going on? What's happening over here? Oh, it's because it's water. And all these forests are cool. Swamp and aspen forest. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. Fen. Just fen. I don't know what fen means, but fen seems cool. Is this one of the little frog villages? I like the froggy villages. The froggy village. Hello. Hello, Mr. Frogman. Or woman. Hello, hello. It's a very interesting biome. I'm not used to like wetlands and marshes as much in Minecraft. What about over here? Windswept savanna. Interesting. Very, very coastal region. It's like Florida. It's like, it's very like hooked off, kind of like Florida. It's kind of funny. Just slightly crooked though. Wee. I like to call it grassy beach. Grassy beach. Hola, hello Quetzal. How are you doing? Dropping by to say hi. I appreciate you very much. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for stopping by and dropping us the hello. There's a thing down there. Yeah, I guess so. Fruits of the field. I wonder what gives you that achievement. I actually don't know. You get it quite quickly. Apple and cherry trees now go in plain biomes. Oh, I guess it's just going to a plain biome that has... Or I guess an orchard, I guess. This place actually ain't that bad, chat. This right, this in here. I'm mad about this. Create temporary waypoint. But we must search a little more. Currently parked at a shopping center, giving my date more time to get ready. Understandable. That's quite nice of you. It's quite nice of you. I want to go this way. I just teleport. Teleport here. Be faster. Fen. Ooh, more fen. Fen is very interesting. It's another ribbit town. What kind of wood is this? It looks interesting. It's a dead log. Oh. Wow. I can see a lot of prime. Yeah, I could see a lot of prime real estate there as well. I just want to see if there's any other biomes. This one has a lot of froggy colonies, which I'm not mad about. Forest. What does this area look like? Alpine Highlands. Alpine Clearing. I have arrived. Welcome on in. Whoa, wait, what is this? Oh. Oh, this looks cool. Oh, it's a hole in the... Oh, okay. Okay, should I tell you later? Bye! Oh! If only I could rotate that. I could. I could. Ooh. Ooh, but this is nice. And then there's like a cave system right here. I mean... I'm like shrimping. Hold on. I mean, it kind of goes down somewhere cool that we can start with. Right. But you know, it's like deja vu. Stuck for months. There's a Cyclops over there. Okay, not doing that one. No, there's a Cyclops next to a fucking frog village. And spells disaster. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of not mad about this area. What the fuck? Oh no, it was a frog village that got overtaken by a cemetery that got overtaken by a pillager area. Unfortunate. No, I'm not mad about it. I'd fix that so it could go to the ocean, I think. Do we have way to major ocean here? You know who killed whom? I think the oh. Maybe the frogs died and the cemetery arose and the pillagers killed them, maybe? That would be my story. What the fuck is this? What's this little crevasse? It's just a crevasse. What ore is this in the crevasse? Nickel in the crevasse. I don't know, I feel like this could be nice. My only complaint is that the sun is behind me, but so it feels to slip away. I mean, this is kind of nice though. I'm kind of digging it. I like that there's a bridge that goes the wrong way. It's like, you know. I hate it when I have a nickel in my crevasse. I know, right? Set temporary waypoint. I kind of like this. This was kind of cool. Because I don't really want to live in the marshlands. This looks interesting. Hold on. Oh, there's a waystone here. But I can't have my hole-in-the-wall tavern. I decided that I really want to make a hole-in-the-wall tavern. So the spawn area would have to be like, kind of like this, where it's like next to a mountain. So I could dig into the mountain. That's like something I really want to do, is digging into a mountain. It's all sense of time. See, I don't know where I'm so. There's so many Cyclops things. Wait, no, that's not open. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe it's not a Cyclops thing. Just mounds. Yeah, you know I loved all my loves. This is also quite a nice area right there as well. I see good real estate there. And good real estate across this river overall. Which might be the seed, chat. Hobbit hole in the wall tavern? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Oh, and there's something cool that spawned right there. But I'm not going to get close to because I don't want to. Not bad. What is this? I might blow that ball up if we live. Ooh, wait. Wait. Oh my god, what the fuck? What is this? What is this hole? It's a hole in my world. God damn. Actually, this would be a nice place for a small home. A little home. A little hole in there. A home in there. I kind of like this, what is this? What is this? The holly logs? They're kind of nice. It's a little bumpier than I would want. I don't know, I'm kind of I'm seeing a lot of good real estate here. Be romantic, I'll hit it. I wish I could stay sunset. A Oh, look at that. The water's changed. The water's like gray there, but the water's blue here. That's cool. I'll let that load in. I'll look at the map. Interesting. I don't really want gray water in front of the club. Like the way you kiss me, I could tell you miss me. I don't know, I'm kinda digging this spot. But maybe there's something in here or here. So set temporary waypoint, set temporary waypoint. And I'll see what this is all about. I think this is like golden borel taiga. Is that like the singular tree? I think it was. Skies. I think this is wetlands. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so seasonal forest. Okay. Okay. Okay, I could see a hole in the wall tavern being here. I might fill this out though. I would fill this area out, I think. I feel like it's a little too enclosed though. That's cool though. I always feel like a cool dwarven thing could like be built out of like things like this, where they're like a hole like this. I'm not against this. Whoa, what is this? Ooh, this is cool. I like these overhangs, like these archways that have water and like there's like a little breathing hole. I think that's cool. Spider's nest. You get to fucking. Never mind. It's not cool. Never mind. Never mind. It's not as cool as I thought it was. Let me check over here. Maple forest, huh? Transparency to find out. Interesting. Okay. Just go burn it down. It'll be cool after the pile of ash. Good point. Good point. Or I just won't live there. If I did want to live there, though, that'd definitely be the way to go. It's covered in stone. You know? You'd be golden. Okay. Okay. I'm seeing some real estate happening. Okay. It's a bit bumpy. It's a bit bumpy, but we could make do. Alright, what about these other islands? I like this whenever there's like kind of like a body of water that's like separates things like this, because I think it gives good opportunity that like people can be like, oh, I want to live over there, or I want to live over here, and then we can make nice bridges or docks and stuff. I always think that's cool. You know what? Something I forgot to do. Game roll, do fire tick, false. It's something that now I think about. There's an ice dragon here. What the fuck? Hi, Chandler. Okay. Well. Hi, Fruit Bat. Maybe we won't live there because there's a fucking ice dragon here. Maybe. Look at him. That poor villager's home. There would be no chance of doing a hole-in-the-wall tavern here, though. At least not in this area. Server still unavailable. It will be available very shortly, because I like this world a lot. So this will probably be the world. I just want to give everyone starter gear. So give me like within the hour, I'd say. So get yourself a drink, a snack, settle on in. Is the server reset from previously? Yes. Yes, I do not want to talk about how long and how many worlds I have reset to get to one that I like. I don't want it that bad. The only thing that needs to be known is I have lost sleep. I have lost sleep. My house is dead. Your house is dead. Just order an espresso advent calendar. Ooh. Okay, I've come back to this spot once again. I think this might be it, chat. Sunset's behind us, but kind of is what it is at this point. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think this is it. Okay. Set world spawn. World border center. World border add. I am confused. I forgot how did we say this works? World border. Border. World border. 10,000? 10,000. Oh, wait. Okay, and then okay. Okay, and then just want a singular torch. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so this will be the spawn. I'll cover this crevice so that way people don't fall into it, but that can be a thing for, you know, later, technically. Yeah, I think I'm seeing the real estate here, chat, and it's looking. I can see it. I can see it right here, the entrance. And then we have a shared mine. I'll go down here if we want for goods. Yeah, I think this is good. This is good. This is good, chat. I think I've found our home, or at least part of home. Center, world border. Okay. So now we should be good. World border is set. Game rule fire tick is off. I'm just missing the custom starter gear, I think. So I just need to get a crafting table. Crafting table. On a Akashic tome. Muffins. And then a book. Here we go. Boop, boop. Hello, Mr. Creeper. Does someone take the Ethereum book? That's okay. Okay, now I gotta do the book. which I put in here. Thank God I saved this. Welcome to the... This is like, I want one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This next. Okay. Oops. I think this would be more thematic. Oh, it's too big. Okay. Let's find then. My headset's dying. Actually, I was worried my headset was gonna die when I went to therapy today, but it didn't. So I will be kind and only switch it right now. And not complain about it. So I usually complain about it dying. Which, to be fair, it doesn't do very often. So. Okay, next. Bugs. Okay. So you will start with this book, this book. Let me see if I can allow that book to be in there. Whitelisted items. Occultism, Rune Tablet, Immersive Engineering Tools, Evilcraft, Origins of Darkness, Draconic Evolution. Oh, add. Oh, I don't know the word for it. I have to have the NBT thing for it, don't I? How to see NBT tags in Minecraft. To go into debug mode Minecraft. Minecraft C item tags. F3H. Ethereum Mage Mycon. Whitelisted items, add. I should have taken a picture of the name of it actually. Ethereum Mage Mycon. Boop. Mods. Akashic Tome. Modify. Whitelist items, add. Etheria Mage. Apply. So now. Huh? Oh, fuck. Guide. Yeah, this one's in there. CNC field guide. CNC field guide. CNC field guides. Cosmetic armor weapons. Chronic shadow. Worn. Let's do the worn notebook. You know where you know where you are when. Okay, I might have to restart the server then. Let me go in here. Let me go to file manager. Go to config. I found something broken on the previous version. Some occultism recipes didn't work. Like what? Like which one, my friend? Because if you can tell me, I can probably fix those in the update. If you don't know, it's fine though, and I can just fix it later. Whitelisted name, whitelisted items, books of binding. Books. Binding. Curse of binding? Book of binding. Taboo book, awakened feather, purified ink. Taboo. Purified. It might be better now that I've purged some stuff, but let me see. Awakened feather. Book of binding empty. Okay, I'll make a book of binding empty. No, this one. White dye. White dye, white dye, white dye. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it looks like it works now. It could have been a thing where something was overriding it, which I wouldn't be surprised because I feel like I had a bit too many mods that overrid one another. So it should be good now. Thermal cultivation, thermal foundation. One more step, one more step. Which one? I'm gonna bring that book back. I deleted the book. Okay, hold on. Book of binding. Or do you want it to be bound? You can combine that book with another book. I can't remember the name. Okay. With this one, the Dictionary of Spirits, I'm presuming you're talking about. Dictionary of Spirits. Nope, it works. It works now. So it must have been something else that was overriding it. Like one of the other book. I think it was some other mod that was also conflicting with book combination because of the Akashic Tomes wouldn't work. So I'm presuming whatever broke Akashic Tomes broke the Book of Binding. So it should be good now. Thank you for letting me know about that. Let me see if I can... If I look at Tetraholo, Occultum, Dictionaries of Spirits. Actually, that was literally what I was just looking at. Occultism Dictionary. Okay, so I do have to put it in here then maybe. Etheria, Mage, Mycon, save. And then... Do I need to restart the server? I might have to restart it. Okay. Well, regardless, let me... Before I do the full restart, I remove that because I don't need that. You have the book. You'll have the Akashic Tome that has all the starter books. You'll have blueberry muffins from me. You'll have the plushie box and the first spawn bag. Is there anything else that I want to give you when you start? I don't... Want a hat bag? You get so many hat bags, though. I don't think a hat bag's really that worth it. I don't think there's anything else. Okay, yeah, I think that's everything for a starter. Oh no, waystone. Oh my god, waystones. Everybody gets a waystone as well. Boop, boop, boop. Orb. 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 Yeah, I looked it up, and you can't give someone, like, a backpack of things, unfortunately. It just doesn't work. What the fuck? Okay. All hail orb. I'm actually gonna put these up in the top left of your inventory. Okay, so I will disconnect. I'm going to save this, and then I'm gonna restart the server. Yeah, for some reason, it can't do, like, nested backpack things like that. Which is fine. Especially now that I got the Akashic Tomes to work. I just have to get the Etheria book to work. I don't know if the Etheria book has like, I don't know if it's craftable. It probably is. So if it doesn't work, I probably don't have to give it to you, but I'd prefer to give it to you if I can. Just because you spawn with it. I was thinking about putting all the other books, but considering that you don't spawn with them, I'm considering that now that I think about it, every time I have seen that, it has been like a loot bag that you have to use, then all the stuff passes out in your inventory. Yeah, I think like it being a loot bag makes sense because it's specifically a bag that has contained items, whereas like with what I'm doing now, it's kind of like it's a slot based thing. It's based on the slots. I don't know where my hairpin went. It's in my pocket. It's in my pocket. No, is it in my lap? Oh, it's just in my lap. Oh. I'm so happy that we found this quickly. Because that means we can let this load. Everyone can hop on whenever they want to. All AFK to make sure that things work nicely. And then should be good. Should be good. Oh. Ooh, I'm stretching my neck and that hurt. It hurt. Don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. I should take a picture of this inventory. Trying to make sure I remember it. The world to see me, so I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, just want you to know who I am. Computer's lagging a little bit. It's getting it though. Oh, I didn't post this. Did I not post this? I don't think I posted this on either. Oops. Post. Video editing. Yeah. Boop. Before I restarted it, was it running okay? I think so. I think my computer's just dying a little bit. Which is fine. No, it would be a new log because I restarted it, yeah? It would be. Who could please me, love me all night long. And go to the bottom. Yeah, there was no lags on it alone, so that will be good. I think we're kind of schmoovin', chat. I think we're doing good. gotta wait for that to load. It's taking a little bit to load, but I think that's okay. Looks like it's putting my computer through a little bit of the ringer, but that's okay. Thank you for the song request. Then we just gotta work on videos today. Yeah, nope. It's time for the piss song. Let's go. Low key, I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of think about going to the bathroom as like a thing, but now I feel like I have to wait. Hey, you know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna restart the song. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then by the time I come back, the song will play. Haha! And to be fair, I tried to use the bathroom, but it was like meh. It was meh. I don't think I actually needed to go. I think you're just fucking... I think it's just, what do you call it? Pavlov situation. But that's okay. Alright, cool. I need that crafting table back. There you go. Yes. the power of the piss song. It is. Okay. G. The current inventory has been saved and will be given to players when they log in for the first time. Kits. Add. Okay, and then cool. Yep. I don't. Okay. Can't give myself 2. Okay. Boop. Milk Club is global. And then edit waypoint. Milk Club. Oh shit, I forgot to set. Did I set world spawn? And then this guy. Network compression, rate limit, simulation distance, spawn protection. 0. Actually, we'll do 6. No, let's just do 0. No, let's do 1. 2. We'll do 2. Disconnect. Save and restart. I think we're good. I think we're good now, chat. Just gonna wait for the server to restart and then we'll be hunky-dory. Seventh, yes, download. Oh, that's something else I want to check separately. I was showing my therapist our new starting soon screen for when we debut, and I have learned that Sleepy Morning does not have BLT in it. And I know I added him. So let me look at this. Good morning. Okay. Projects. In the eye. And I'm still alive. It was a sin. And a lie. I incarnate you every night. 'Cause I've never been falling apart without you. Thank you for the headpads. It's this video. with the devil, then I will sell you my soul. Moment and show you that I am yours. Demon, and feel it deep in my bones. How the hell seem cold. My computer is not happy with what I'm doing, and I don't understand why. The way you hurt me. Want to escape. Just who I used to be. Okay, if I open it though. Falling apart without you. Only because, but I can't get you off my mind. None too I knew. I think it's this one. The devil, then I will sell you my soul and show you that I'm yours. Kaput is a little spicy right now, but we chug through. Okay, I don't know if this file is like broken or not. Because I tried to access that folder earlier and it was just not having it. Yeah, okay, something's happening with my file explorer, which is a little weird. Ooh, I also have to make a thumbnail for tomorrow. Oh, my computer's doing something. Computer is mad at me. Can I do this? I don't think this is gonna work, but I did. Okay, then I'll do this while I wait for my computer to stop being cranky. It's the 5th, 6th. Why is it so mad? Alright, let me set it to the max. Restart. There we go. Okay, he's fixed. Okay, good. Computer's just deciding, yeah, I want to be a little spooky right now. November 10th. Thumbnails. Folder 11_November. Refresh. You're not entertained. Like that. File open. V2. I think it's this one. Yeah. And then open this one. Yeah. And then export video. 1920 by 1080. High quality export MP4. Okay. Oh, is it scene 1 then? You interest? Oh, I'm the only one right now. When it opens down to the flower, gold. You gave me a heart, now I'm here for you. So, the only one who loves your sins. And the hearts get underneath your skin. Yeah, okay. Sleepy morning. Raw. Yeah, okay. And then hi Daedalus. Keep that there. All inside, out of sight. Wait, no, that does have it. What the heck? Yeah, so this should be... Okay, well, I took an additional one, but I'll move this file just in case it does that again. Can I get the mic a little higher? Element overlay animations, this one. Alright. Okay, should be good now. Alright, let me make an ad. No. Ooh, octopus, yum. Live, smooth. There you go. Okay. Now AFK while I work on some other stuff. New folder. Edited scenes. Small animations. Folder retired. Small animation. Animated text. Nope. Rerun on Firelight. Delete. Small animations. Retired. Delete. what this is. Thought it would be easy. But then animated scenes. Is it this one? Run, baby, run, run for your life. I thought that you'll always be mine. Not that one. This one? I think it is this one. It would be this one. There's an animation in this. And I want to make it a bit slower. It's not that one, it's this one. Boop. It is with spline. Oh, 30 maybe? I think the problem here is that then I want it to stay 1, 2, 3 seconds. So at 4:07. If that's the case, this is the whole thing. Okay, cool. Let's do it for 2 cycles then. And then this. And this. And this gets stretched out. Is it frame rating? Playback half. Do like half of this maybe? So it's for 48, so 6. Let's do it here. Yeah, I like that. And then what font is this using? Damn, the bots are out today. Shit. It says Arco, but this is non-Arco. What is... What is affecting this? Yeah, out. No. For text, aren't do main font. There you go. This one. Ooh. Up and left. Well, how's our current starting soon look? Find out in 20 seconds. Okay. Okay, so if we go back here. I guess I could have. What if I can't do that? I don't think that's gonna work that way though. I think I'll just take a screenshot of it because that'd be faster. Boop. That scared the shit out of me, dog. Hello, hello, hello. This one? Customize preset. Maybe. Okay. And then we're gonna take this guy. We're going to remove this. No, straight down. Then across. And then rasterize. Yeah. And then 1920. Okay. And again and again. And I want to grab overlay. Yes, this is the one. It was like there. I've been too busy. I feel like I'm gonna change this font. Can't you be found? Where are you? Line spacing. Can I change the character spacing? There we go. Let it go, so I lay here instead. My symptoms. Should have taken a picture of this without this, to be honest. Love, I love her. I love, I love, I love, I love. Pixel selection. Go row. One, apply, remove. Rasterize. 1920. Boop, boop. Yeah, and then text saying starting soon. Instead, with my symptoms, wrote in dread, they won't. And then making it. Ooh, gaffer tape. I really liked this font, gaffer tape. It's been kind of fun. I think I might do that one. I think that one would feel better. This is the wrong, I went the wrong way. This one, this one, this one. The rest of the year hurts to ardent to hate it here. Hold up and watch me disappear for days. I'm not this one. Oops, starving. Starving soon. Oh my. Hmm? 1464.87. Oh, and the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. 1464. 64.87. HSL. Oh good, babe, I'm fine. Yeah, it's eeny, meeny, my. It's a little too pinky. Like less red. Yeah, okay. So I want to go here, close this because we don't need this. I want to go in here. We're going to go to projects. I think it's this one. Open file location. We're going to close, or no, we have to move to a different project. We will move to the highlight. Alright, there you go. Effects. This one's in the background. We'll do this. Create subtitles from audio. Ah, yes, here we go. Projects. I kiss the scars on her skin. Think you're beautiful. Wanna ever be my best friend. I screamed, how could you vultures? I remember her hike me with her. I put it in the wrong place. No. Maybe I have to restart it. This reminds me, I want to listen to in the end, as we fade into the night, who will tell the story of your life? That was a weird noise. Just a shot. Okay, the 6th? Yes, this is the 6th. If I should look at them tendering on me. Let me pee because I'm butt nutter. It was Monday. And today's is call me egg because I'm Cellent. Oh. Call me Goo Cousin Burr. I have 2 videos on this. I call it Zoo to Gaming. That's not Zoo to Gaming. This one's today. This one's the 10th. Again. Yeah. Alright, and then rename, debut. Sleepy morning. And actually, debut starting soon. Lore V3. It's the end. I'm not afraid to die. BLT, come here. Come here, buddy. Okay. Oh wait, I already did that. Cool. Life. Remember your last goodbye. Speak, maybe even simp for an eldritch god of knowledge. I hope I said their name right. Cool. This goes here. And then I take this guy, oops, this guy. And then this one. Exclamation point. Dun 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 na 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 lost all faith in this perfect life. Okay, this one needs to go here. Just wait for you to do it. There you go. Unlock. Lock. They scoot over. Do they? With knives and fight for this tonight. Whoa, Twitter, Twitch, Twitter. think they're more blue sky though. And then I will replace. Cool. Why did it go afterwards? Oh, it's because of this guy. There we go. Dun 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 dun. Okay, there we go. And then my favorite part is to start with the end. I don't know why, but I do. I think it's because it's the easiest part to start with the end for me. Nope, not this one. Wrong one. Wrong folder. I know if I... Actually, let me... Do I have a PNG of Tina's? I think I do. Oh, fires and bands we made I don't, actually. Okay. Oh, with land go on, without your loving you, lost you, never held on. Also, is Walk Amongst the Wilds, 50. 51. It is 51. Okay, cool. I actually don't know the song by Black Veil Brides. I stopped listening to them after high school, I think. Like... And tomorrow we're doing The Peak. Is this the latest one? Collab. Well, save as. I'm gonna call it post media collab. And this one as well. Save as media games. This can go and not used anymore. And this was events. They call that an event, I guess. Okay, no, that's all good. Okay, cool. And then tomorrow, this is Labyrinth. Okay. Oh, how did I name that one Outlast? And this is Project Winter. Oops, I actually did the A. Okay, cool. Peak. This one. Oh. Oops. The roots update. I want that image. This works. Actually. Do they not have this? Peak Media again. Key art? Do they not have the key art for the roots update? I think they might not. Yeah, they had one for the Mace update, but they haven't put one out for the roots update yet, which is unfortunate. Let me just... they have it. Keep... Oh, that's not... okay. I thought that was Minecraft. It was just a video for Peak. Jesus. 20. And then... it will be... Buffy and Womble will be coming. And Ghost and Gems will not. Womble will be here. He's a big boy. I want to make his image smaller. Swamp. And then I'll be Goober. I wish to be Goober. I wish to be Goober. And then ooh, I need to put Miu's new PNG in here. I think I have it in my folder of her stuff. Miu folder. I don't? Oh. Let me go get it. As image. Download. New hair Miu. This one. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. I think Miu looks better here. So let me move Miu's tag here. In front of Womble. Womble's tag can move here. Let me bring back in Miu. Where's Miu with the new hair? Miu with the new hair. She goes there. I'll be smaller. Actually, do I have any other PNGs I want to use? I have so many PNGs. Let's do something else. Our project. Nope. VTubing assets. Emotes. Gonna be this one. Oh, but my ears cut off in this one. I could fix it. Yeah, I could fix it. Now there's what we're taught. We will cultivate with another road. You know you are, all the wings Oh. The morning star. Not alone in hell. Only one to be yourself. Let me add, maybe message Aries. My God. My God. Hi, Star! I was wondering if I had a version of this without the ear cropped in the corner. If you had a version of this without the cropped in the... If I hear is, I was wondering if you had a version of this with the ear cropped. Okay, good. What we cooking today? Today we're cooking... I'm just trying to make a little thumbnail for tomorrow. Because we're going to play Peak tomorrow. But I wanted to see if there was, like, a version of it not cropped. And possibly the hair not cropped. And so I'm asking Aries if they have it. Check out Aries if you haven't. I really love Aries as art. It's super cute. But we cooked earlier, fixing up our face tracking a little bit. So I think the mouth forms are a little bit more. And the Minecraft server is ready. If anybody wants to play. Oh, hello. You are a wine salesman, I see. Nice, but yes, it is all ready, and this will be my land, and we have a community hole. This is the community mining hole, if you would like to mine in the hole. It's a dangerous hole, but I'm sure there's some goodies in here. Whoa! Another 20-day watch streak! Let's fucking go! Those are so cool to see! But yeah, this will be the spawn, and I configured all of the spawn stuff, and everything's awesome, and I can't wait for you guys to build on the server. It's gonna be great. I have any other goobies? Ooh, I need to make, okay, I will do this, and then I need to make, I actually just remembered I need to do, I'll just keep it like that for now. I need to make Ghost their brain thinking really hard. Okay, that's good. I don't have Teeny right now, so this will stay like this. I need to make Ghost their booty wiggle emote, which I will do today. Got banned from 2 Twitch channels for making people uncomfortable? That's unfortunate. Yikes. Unfortunate. Okay, back to this. Okay, and let's look at this one. And clips. I need this guy, this one. Cropping, tops, 78. Retain. Boop. And this will be the end. Let's see, 1, 2, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I like this. That was good. I want to bring them over just a little bit more. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna bring this one down, and then let's go to the beginning now. Let's do this one. Oh, wait. Copy, paste, retain. Let's see. What part of the dance do I want? Maybe this part? I what's lost in mind. I feel it burning deep inside. Ash and crime, you take what's mine. I might not put that one there, but I like that one. Little behind, nothing's gonna stop us. No, not this time. So take your hand in mine. It's ours tonight. This is a rebel love song. Hearts will sacrifice. It's do or die. This is a rebel love song. See their eyes. I like this right there. Side, hold on. Oh, Naho does a really good job of framing their VTuber. I quite enjoy it. A beloved song, hearts will sacrifice. Let's do or die. This is a rebel love song. Running for one reason, they can't stop me from horsing up. Running for one reason, can't stop us. Oops. Okay, wait. I want that part. Leave it all behind. Speak. Yeah, that was good. Boop. And the Hokaveta. Give me this one. Give me this silly little clip. Eyes. Die. Look your hand in mine. It's ours tonight. It's a rebel love song. Hearts will sacrifice. It's do or die. This is a rebel love song. I need to like wave. How cool if she had one where she waves. That part. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I forgot I was listening to metal music. Oh, you ask, Elaine, how do you forget when you're the one that selected the music? I don't know. Don't ask me that question. That's a terrible question. Why cannot you focus? Not that one, this one. This one. What's this one? Then we'll sleep and know us alone. If I did it like this. Actually, a thick weapon returns with my... That actually fits better there. How can we without your direction? What was that clip I just had? Where is it? What is this one? This is when they were a thingy, a worm. Then we'll sleep and know of us alone. Leave us alone. That's a silly little worm. Let's go back here. And then we can go back to this one. Obtain. Oh, this is right. Hollow Knight OCs 2. Leave us alone. Okay. Now we can do this clip. I think it's similar to this clip. I need to bring this up a bit more. Ooh. We'll see. Boop. Okay, there you go. Yeah, we're going back to this one. There you go, and then this part. 1, 2. How long is... Oh, that would be fine, though, because I'm going to add in Helltaker, and then add track Hollow Knight, and then expressive and illustrative works. Okay, and then 1, 2. Okay, and then this one, and then this one. Apply, retain this part. 1, 2. Oh, fuck, I did it again. Link clips. Let me put this here. Boop. Okay. And then just chatting streams. Where is the just chatting? This is this one, and then I don't have. I think it's this one we don't have. No, nope, stop it. Yes, okay, cool. I don't remember where the other one is. I think it's this one. Oh. Yonk. Boop. Boop. 1, 2. Okay, I'm gonna change the music back there. Go back. No, let's go to this one. Okay, cool. What? Wait. Oh, no! Ah, shit. Sorry, I forgot. Hold on. That's the one thing I forgot. Hold on. No, it's not. It's ready. I forgot to save it. I have to restart the server. It's fine. It'll only take a second. Hi, Kiwi. Excited. Hiding social tensions. Welcome in. Save and restart. Hope no one was on it. I didn't check if anyone was on. Oh well. Oops. Oops. Oopsies. Oopsie poopsies. It'll be okay. I need to change that anyway. Give him the boot. I'm like, well, I nap. I started falling asleep on my way home. Oh, goodness. Yes, please get some rest. We'll be here. We will be here. Is dark timer not going off? Dark timer. Well, Miranda. I didn't check. He's our biggest problem is TikTok. It's not global. Let me see. No, there's no dark timer in here. TikTok, baby. Yeah. okay. Okay. Looks like it's good now. I hoped our timer was working. Content. I forgot. Content has variety. That one I did. That one I did. That one I did. Not this one. Cool. Apply, retain. One, two. There we go. And then we'll do this one. Apply, retain. Oops. Oops. So how was your day today, Star? 1, 2. I hope you had a good day. Sorry, I was a little focused on video editing, but hi, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day, by the way. I have that one. I don't have this one. I might have to vary these up just a little bit more because they're a bit close to one another. 2. Link clips. I did this one. This one? I think there ain't nothing wrong with using different parts of these ones. Actually, not this one. Fuck it, let's just go get more. Oops, I'm in the clips. Top all. Oh my, I just have this one. I don't think I do. The highlight. Save. This one. And then we're just gonna switch some of these around. This one's gonna go here. This one's gonna scoot over. If I have a lot of money, you know the sponge like fun. And the squid like sponge. We all grind common when the shit's said and done. Ooh. Ooh, my computer's lagging. It is not happy with me right now. I may have done a goof. Let me save this and close it. My day was pretty pretty productive. Got one project done and then started the final. Oh shit, final season is coming up. Oh, I didn't even realize. How about you? I had a pretty alright day. I got therapized, which was pretty good, and took a nap. And then I napped for a little bit too long, and I stressed out a little bit. And now I'm here. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's okay. This is your last semester, isn't it? One more, and then you're done. Oh, one more. Yes, one more. My computer is mad at me. It's gonna be all fun classes full of animation and film theory. Ooh, fun. I'm excited. I hope it is the most fun for you and the most fun semester. Let's do food guesser while I wait. I try to get a studio if I can. I can work on. Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be so cool. Fresh, sweet, such as cheese, mincemeat. Kahaka? I don't know. The C is different. I don't know where that C comes from. Palm hearts? Ham. Ethiopia. Ice cold. Fuck. Nicaragua. Pastel de Fiera. Sounds a bit Spanish, doesn't it? Nope. I don't know where this is from. Where is oh shit, Mexico? Brazil? Hey, it was Brazil. Fava bean, dill, eggs, garlic, turmeric, all. Ooh. Lima beans. Romania. That's what I'm guessing. It's warm. Where's Romania? Belarus? I wanna do Belarus. Ooh. Moscow? No, this is Ukraine, isn't it? Oh shit. Turkey? Borders Turkey, damn. One of these, I think. Cyprus, Iraq, or Iran. I'll do Iran. Yes! I'm gonna get the lowest score of like 9,000 today, but that's okay. Flour, milk, sugar, eggs, dark chocolate, rum, heavy cream. This dish is delicate crepes filled with rich walnut filling, often spiced with... I feel like I've heard of this one before. We're going back to Bulgaria. Boop. Oh shit, Bulgaria was hot. Oh my god. It's northwest of Bulgaria. Hungary? Yes! I actually fucking got that one. Let's go. Hey, I was little below average. I was just 100 off. Let's go. Fuck yeah. But you thought we were riding to heaven. Yeah. Motherfucker. Did I fuck up? Okay. Oh, look at you guys. Has the server lagged at all? No, it hasn't. I feel like I could just not be on the server. Let's just... Okay, well. I could, like, finish my work and then be on the server. We're riding to heaven, heaven. In the fucking night. That's why I played the guesser game? The food guesser game? Alright, I'm playing another break game. I'm gonna play that mystery one. Myrtle. Alright. A place to take a call from a famous detective. Look at it, asked him. Okay. 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 The important part is this one. Forensics determined a weapon made at least partially out of brick was present at the stone bridge. Weapons. A brick. Brick was at the stone bridge. Which one is the brick? Is the square at the stone bridge? This one has motives. Coach Raspberry was in a place quantity reference in the news. Okay. A locked gate. Oops. A locked gate. The locked gate. Raspberry? Coach Raspberry's by the locked gate. Either a brick was at the locked gate, or Coach Raspberry bought a channeled textbook. He brought a textbook. Channeled text. He brought channeled text. Whoever wanted to break into the industry had green eyes. Green eyes, brown eyes, blue eyes, green eyes. Want to break into the industry. Locations. Industry? Thank you for the head pat. Outdoors, indoors, outdoors. The industry. I guess a library then? They wanted to go to the library? That would leave the pink one to be here. Which means the pink one brought the brick. No, that was... no. Beep, beep, beep. That means this was here, and this was here. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Agent Fuchsia did not want to fight for the revolution. It was Agent Fuchsia is the... Did not want to fight for the revolution. Sorry, Cleldon was found outdoors. What? What? Whoever wanted to break into the industry had green eyes. What the fuck is the industry? Locations. Well, this fucks my stuff up. So I don't know if you had the brick, or if you had this, or if you had this, or you have that. Okay. Secretary that was found outdoors. The only other outdoors ones is the stone, which means she had the brick. which means this was here. Yes. A collection of politician quote was found beside a new recruit. New recruit. Oh, so channeled text, I think, is the... Yeah, memoir. New recruit. Oh, wait. No, Wait. Okay, this is correct. Whoever wanted to break into the industry had green eyes. Break into the industry. That means this one. I wanted to fight for the revolution, which means he who had the... But fuck. Okay, wait. I was able to apply... But when was the day? Once the legislation was applied. Who? Wait. But only one to kill today. A new recruit had been murdered. Power to the people. People will do anything to break into the industry. Commune upstate. New recruit. Recruit with the channel textbook. Raspberry. Raspberry was at the locked gate to fight for a revolution. Oh, okay, I got it wrong. Pog. Bruh, my Minecraft, please. Kick me back out. Kick me back out, game. Well, I made an oopsie. Wonder when she'll be mine. They walk past, I press rewind. My computer is over my shit. Damn, look at all these updates. So we'll never update them again. Found a chef. Very nice. I have to kill my Minecraft. Okay, you just stay in the background while I do stuff, okay? Top 30 days. Or some never go get my videos. Those are 5:30. Wait, what they're up to? Press rewind to see that one more time. Okie dokie. I think I could reuse one of these. Way to go. Cow. One, two. Just a minute. maybe this one. Oh, this one's just... Do... Not comfy. I'm looking for something comfy. What's this one? Sure, we'll do this one. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, 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 oh. There we go. Oops. Oh. 1, 2, 3 more. Let's go. A heart's piano is right filled. Mine is infested with bugs. Music we make is unnatural. Sounds like falling in love. What's this one? Do I have this one? In the knees. But this one. Gib. I feel like everything's been slow today. Like program-wise, it makes me sad. When we go back to my apartment, play my fucking ass. This budge. And go here, go here, go here, go here. Love with me. Like this. Link clips. I think I want to do one more. There we go. And then one more clip. I think I kind of want to go and reuse an art clip. Like this one. And then go here. And then go here. And then do this one. And then squeeze that in there. And then fill these gaps. Yep, scoot over them. Alrighty, perfectamundo. Let's do this one here. Save. I'm gonna make these guys itty bitty babies. And we're gonna delete this track. I'm gonna make these smaller. So we have to position them. Ow, 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 ow. Helltaker, I'm back. Welcome back. You can return and not cause violence, but you know what? I won't stop you. Wicked dreams in Living Tennessee. Santa Monica, it's calling me. Make my mama proud. The highly expressive. Monica. But it's loving violence? That's fair. But not everybody can handle violence. Like, what if I told you I was made out of paper and you just broke it? Is this plankton singing? Yes. Yes, it is. I think I did this one wrong. Disco ball. Reason why I left it all of my wicked dreams. Monica. To be honest, I love watching eyes go sideways. Are my eyes going sideways? Hello, lovely lady. Hello. My eyes go sideways? It's hard because I can't tell when I'm like looking at it. It doesn't look like it does. And get bonked. Yeah. Oh, okay. Earlier it happened. It was happening just cause. So that's valid. Fair game. Can't be mad about that. Boop. 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 I went to the mall with my nephew and his friends today. Did you have fun? I hope you had the utmost fun. Or did you get anything cool at the mall? Yeah, there's silence in this. I need to get music for these videos. That's not the website I want. Chicken attack. Save, and then we'll do this while I get music for everyone. Muted? It's muted. Cool. Current text. Default create. I did. I got 3 cool jackets and mega sweatpants from Hot Topic. Some new soft blankets from Spencer's and some BL books, of course. Very nice. Very nice. Good haul. Good haul. I like this haul. It's a good haul. Can we do like Eldritch? I like this one. Okay, let's do that and put that one over here and put that in here. I'll go over here. Cool. Okay. I get some BL books myself. Fuck yeah. Okay. Default capitalization. Create captions. All right. I'm just gonna put that over there just in case I need it again. We're going to take this and put this up. This needs to be an exclamation point. This position. That fucked the part up. And Holland is highly expressed here all night. I would recommend Monster and Beast. I found it at Barnes & Noble's, but had to order past chapter 1 and from Amazon, I think. It's valid. Thank you for letting us know that it would have to be something that you get from Amazon after. Forgot. Okay. Like that. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, I remember now. Okay, my brain got there. It took me a little bit, but we got there in the end. Okay. Cool. Sound effects. LMNOP page flip. That is spooky. What is spooky emote? Feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes. Okay, cool. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. Tank crew, ha ha. B-stars this time. When I rolled a 1, fuck. Okay, I have to edit this. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Short motherfucker, and nobody likes you. I'm trying with their eyes. I'm making relationships. Let's do dragon. Like this one. V stars. Save. And then the last video that's for today, or that needs music, is card burners. Card. What's the plan for tonight? The plan is to finish editing videos, and then I play Minecraft. This one's funky, and I like it. Really loud, though. There you go. Restore. Using a modded server Minecraft? It is. It's our Discord community mod pack server. I made the mod pack. I host a server. Crafting chests. I'm putting them in a circle. Tried maple with large wood. It don't let me craft chests. What? Is that happening? The bum-ass dorm setting off the fire alarm while I'm eating. The fuck, dude? You were getting sustenance. What the fuck? Larches from Blooming Nature Mod. It's a pretty good song. Well done. To the back of my head. Look like a hot dog bun. Just hang out in the student center because I ain't going out in the cold dressed like this. Understandable? Understandable. I hope they don't ask that of you because I think that's a bit stupid. Do a home. That's a restaurant. Goes with R. Wee! I'm naked and running! Hello, Womble! Hello, my dear. How are you doing? Here you go. It's the milk of Minecraft thing, right? I don't know if I'm updating the Minecraft right off the CurseForge. Yes, it is. It is off CurseForge. Fill your builds with colorful storage wood types and unique signs. Adding the one thing chest cannot be built in. Chest can be burnt for fuel? I'm doing alright. How are you? I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm okay. More chests, more bookshelf variants, more crafting table variants. That a plenty. 2024. This one's a 2025 variant. 2024, more furnace variants. Tags more. Is this the... He said no. No again. You versus the friend she told you not to worry about. It's fucking crazy. 1.20.1. 1.20. They have ones for 1.21. Files. 1.20.1. Looks like they do. And then... found something to... It's okay, you have 3 tries. You have 3 tries daily. Interested in any others? I suck at stuff. Chests. Are we still updating back? Should I wait? We might later tonight, but for the current moment, you could just get on it if you want. I won't be updating it while I'm streaming. I will not be updating it. Is there any others? More chest variants. This one. This one. More chest variants. More chest. More. Oh, hold on. No, I did this one wrong. 24 bio makeover. Biomes of plenty. Chest. Large wood. Oh, I'm sorry, Womble. There's one more. Tally Hall in the house. Yeah, we like Tally Hall. All the wood we've got. All the wood we've got is an official add-on. Adds new wooden blocks to our wood types. Oh. As you go. Oh, okay. So we just need this one. By the creator to fix issue later tonight. Like after stream. Go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, I actually would need to reopen this because it's gonna drive me nuts to have all these tabs open like this. My friend's still streaming. Howard's still streaming. I don't know who this person is, but they're playing the Hellboy. I'm sorry, Wobble. Today's just not your day. I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm sorry. I don't know who this is, but I have other friends that are streaming right now. Where is Nikto? Nikto is streaming. And so is Rin. Rin is also streaming. When life gives lemon, eat BLT. True. Great set from Womble. Better than mine, at least. It was varied. I will say it was varied. It was more of a variety than you normally get, Pixels, but... the mod maker themselves maincoow dance. The Panda Express employees look like they were about to ready to have a heart attack with the half of the university editing the student center at once. Oh yeah, I would too. I would be like, I'm going home. I would straight up just be like, I'm going home. I'm not dealing with this. Cut there. I think... There you go. Hey. I think I'm gonna link these together so that way I can Goku, and this part I'll just bring it down a little bit. The student center went from empty to every field seat filled in 10 minutes. That's valid. That's what happens. That's what happens when someone does a fire alarm. Okay, and then I want this one to zoom, rotate, and go like this. And then like rotate it the other way. I love Spitty's model. Spitty's model is like one of my favorites out of all the dragons I've seen. Hers is one of my favorites. Oh wait, no, I needed to zoom this in further. Womble, do you have any other I know you've been drawing a lot, so I don't know if you have a different PNG you want me to use for the collab. I just have your buff one. So if you want to use a different one, let me know. Otherwise, I like it, so. I think this should be like this. Link clips. Looking shiny rocks until the voices stop. Above me is fine? Okay, cool. Should draw something else at some point, though. At some point, but I ain't gonna bug you about it. I like it. I think it's funny. Open FX camera shake. Speed scale. No, fuck and darn it. I need an adjustment clip. You go to the bathroom. I should draw something, period? Yeah. If you want to draw, you should draw. Oh my god, I have to go to the bathroom. No. This is why I did it like this. This is why I did this like this. Oh my god. Why'd you draw a period? That's a damn good question. Oh, maybe they're just into the human body. Ever thought about that, Wobble? Maybe they're into the human body. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think that works better. And then this one, we need a PTR speed to be a lot. I want to draw, but I want to draw. You know? Yeah, I'm trying to get a human body. If you know what I'm saying, just fucking... you goober. Actually, I might do it like this. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. But draw if you want to draw, but only draw if it makes you happy. have this thing where sometimes I don't normally, but I hot mic sometimes. Mute my mic because I manually mute my mic in OBS. So yesterday what I did, because in the hub, when I'm being right back, I probably want to mute myself. So I took that audio source out completely. And so I went to talk to you guys again when I was in the BRB screen, and then I realized you can't hear me. But draw if you want to draw. Drawing is fun. Body horror is cool. I like Papa Meat's drawing sometimes. There's like a really goofy one he did that I kind of want to do a draw over. He did a smile dog. Hold on. Papa Meat's smile dog. It's the goofiest thing I've ever seen, and I like it a lot. I don't think it's gonna be here. No one's done. No one's. I think he did like a. Couldn't hear you over the stinger. I'm about to mute that fucking stinger, bro. Can I mute it? I don't think I can. I think it's like, I don't know how to. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna take a picture of the Papa Meat smile dog and just be happy. Are you having fun? It's just a video source. Yeah, but it's like, or maybe is it in here? Can I turn it off? Because these are the... Fuck it, come over here. Because these are the settings for it. Frame. Fade out. I don't think there's like an audio thing, which is unfortunate. What's the drawing? The singer actively lowers your volume when you talk. Just turn. I want to turn it off. It pisses me off, man. I didn't even know it had sound till someone's like, every time I hear your stinger, it gives me a heart attack. And I'm like, what do you mean? And then I learned. Isn't it the end? Yeah, it sounds like ducking, but I can't tell if it's ducking or just overriding the sound. I don't know. I think it's both. I think it's both. Okay. I need this image of the smile dog. That's why my new stinger will be more quiet. And that's why parts of me wants to use my new stinger, but I shouldn't use my new stinger yet. Well, I really want to because I think it might be better. But whatever. It says the smile dog. I don't want to draw this, but I feel like I want to draw a cute version of it. I'm gonna do this. What is this glorious creature? This is Meat Canyon, Papa Meat. This is drawing a smile dog. When they read the smile dog creepypasta, this is what he thought of when he thought of smile dog. So I'm making a cuter version of it. That's a cat girl. Oh god. Everybody know. Fucking hands up. Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seat. On me. All eyes on me. Hands now. I'm gonna give him like a... like this. Maybe a little longer. Like Boop. Kind of like Pim. Then like his little arms. Eyes on me, all eyes on me. Hands down for me, hands down. He's got his little toes. Apparently he has a little penis that they like censor out. I just won't draw it. Bo Bunham. Bo Bunham. I'm just gonna... Why I gotta be Whittle? Because it has to fit in the censor bar, you know? And I'm pretty sure the bottom of his legs are here, so it's just math, you know? It doesn't have to be little, I just, you know, it's little in comparison to his body. I don't know if I'll do the teeth. I feel like I have to do the teeth. Like, I can't just not. Yeah, I can't just not. What does this look like without it? He looks so derpy! It looks much derpier than the Papa Meat one because I did the eyes different. Fun fact, I've never really drawn teeth before. Minecraft. Yes, the Minecraft server is open. And if you have problems, just let me know and I can clear your player data and it should fix you. If it's still giving you problems. I love drawing teeth. I got a character and his biggest quality is his teeth. Fuck yeah. It's more beautiful than anything I've ever seen. He's just a little guy. Alright, I'll clean him up later. I have to finish editing my videos. I have to finish editing my videos. If I don't, I'm never gonna get done today. My character's name is Meat. Oh, I love that. Meat. Reminds me of Biff. Replace. V-stars, dragon spit. Oh, that's actually perfect where it is. Okay, cool. I need to do timeline. This one, create subtitles from audio. Create. Meat man. I do, now that you're here, Ghost, you actually remind me that I need to make your art trait. Base. Oh, that's just the base images. Okay, file, save as. Biglin Ghost Shrimp. Okay. Do you want eyelashes or no? You don't have, you have to have eyelashes if you don't want to. Copy image. Boop. Next one. You have to told this to me. I've seen more. Ningen 73. Nope. There you go. And then, how do I do? Did I make the lines dark? No, I made them the accent colors of our skins. Show everything with your life. And then decentrate it. I look up to the side of booty. That's me. It is you. Do you want eyelashes or do you want just the end eyelash? You can have. I think I separated it. I didn't. I suck. Okay, never mind. You're gonna have eyelashes. Because I suck. The color of the blush needs to be different too. I'm sorry. I suck. I didn't make it changeable. Eyelashes. Okay, cool. Cool. Hagen. I got what you wanted anyway. Alright, I forgot these are different. Hello? There you go. And then the lips are black. Yes, they are. Cool. Honestly, I kind of want to do... Could you do your blush, like here? So I kind of want to keep it there. Okay, maybe I could keep the right one. You kind of do it on the nose, which I like. I like that you put the shading on the nose. I actually quite like that a lot. And I like how you do noses. I might steal how you do noses. I like how you do noses. Just because, like, I can't. My brain goes, that noses, Do it. Hold on. Let me try it. Hold on. I have this one. My Halloween-y design that I never finished. On my men art. I don't think I have. You never showed me your. I draw men so well. I mean, I saw how you draw Shem, so that honestly makes sense. I think it kind of just goes with, like, how I want to draw noses anyway. So it's kind of like... You know, I have a very shaky hand, so, like, forgive me. And that's, like, how you do it. Let's take this off. Yeah, I'll have to mess with it more. I don't want to mess with it right now. I'm never going to get anything done today. I'm not going to ever be able to... Hello, boy. Double boy. Okay. I'm never going to be able to play Minecraft today if I don't start. Okay, so you got your little horns. When I get this done, because this would make my brain very happy. Me to hold it to keep it steady. Aww, yeah. Yeah, if you want. That's so cute. I would like to see the mystical meat man if possible. You can post in my Discord if you want, Ghost. And put it in the fridge for everyone to marvel at. I like... Ghost, can I just say... I'm gonna DM it to you? Okay. Can I just say that I really love the fact that your horns go around your hair? Like, on your right side especially. It goes around, and you kind of, like, make, like, a bump in your hair to, like, have it actually, like, go around your horns. I think that's, like, my only gripe about, like, whenever someone draws me and my model is that, like, they don't consider that the horns would go through the hair, and that kind of bugs me. Businessman. He thanks. Me is a horror character, and they have nudity. Are you okay with it? Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's fine. Chat. Warning, warning. Don't be a pussy. I want to look at this art, so don't be a pussy, okay? We can all have a good time. It's art. You can enjoy the art as it's meant to be arted. Should really get a Discord. Yeah. Discord's cool. It's fun. It's nice for communicating with people. A lot of VTubers that I know have one. Doesn't Naomi have one? Back on the head. The leg, left leg, try to miss left leg. I think so, yeah. That would make sense. I don't know if they... I think artists tend to have Discord sometimes to just post in there. Sometimes they also do commission-based stuff in their Discords. Which I quite like that, when you can have a community that's like, oh, join my Discord, and you can hear about, like, my commission, like, openings and stuff. That's, like, my favorite thing. Oh my god! Oh my god. Okay, let's look at the men. God damn, you are good at drawing men. God damn, teach me how to draw nose. Yeah, mine's just a hub for people who want to contact me. Yeah, same. Hold on. Oh my god. God damn! I love the way you shade stuff. Oh my god. I love Ghost's art. Guys, let's get a shout out for Ghost. Because they're willing to show us their art. The Ghost Shrimp. Let's get a shout out for them. Follow them if you haven't. They're usually on Miu streams, but they're amazing. Like, look at this. Like, wow. I love it so fucking much. It's so cool. I keep not clicking. Teehee. It's Ghost Art. It is Ghost Art. I'm gushing over Ghost Art because I really like the very like this. I don't know what to call this. Oh, I don't have my thing. This is cool. Show you birthday art I did for Shens, but it can be shown. Honestly, it's top secret. No problem. Show me it after we're done looking at this. Like, I like the texture. It's cool. I like it. Like, I'm, like, so impressed by this because, like, I could never. Like, the pixels would drive me nuts, but I love it so much. Hatching? Yeah. Hatching and, like, this kind of, like, watercolor is really cool to me. I like the watercolor a lot. All right, meat. Okay. Okay. We're ready. We're ready for meat. 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 More boy meat. Oh, poor baby. Oh, he poor baby. He just little baby. I like his teeth. Look at his teeth, chat. Look at his teeth. He got good fangs. He's got good. We love a good baby boy with fangs. He my son. He's a precious little boy. Thank you for sharing your art with us. I birthed him myself. You did. This is true. No one else could have birthed him but you, Ghost. And I enjoy them very, very much. Let's see. We kind of have to have connected shapes. Show the birthday artist here. Oh, no, Shems, get out of here. What the fuck? Shems, get out of here. We weren't talking to you. Do you want to do anything for your birthday, Shems? I don't know if you want to do anything for your birthday that I should be aware of. I mean, not that, like, we're all that close, but Mod's bad. My Mod is sleeping. Amazing. Not this one. I know. It's amazing. Miyu and Ghost are very talented artists. And I'm very honored to know them. I'm honored to... For those of you who don't know, my Minecraft skin is actually made by Ghost. That was one of our first interactions, was me asking them if they'd make me a Minecraft skin. No, wait. Goob. I'm not gonna ban ya. I get banned in Mew's chat. We won't get banned in mine. It was our very first intro, it was. Because Mew was showing me their Minecraft skin, and I was like, whoa, did you make that? And they're like, no, I didn't. My friend ghosted. And I was like, I want one. Are you a fucking horse? Just bought a horse. I just bought a horse. Here's your butt. And then you got... I don't know if I'll do the butt line, actually. But I will give you your tail. Yeah, like a long tail. Whoop. It's like, it like comes here. Actually, yeah, it would be like here. And then... we'd have a sleeve, which thank God it's like colored different because it makes animating this easier. And then we'd have this. And then I'm not gonna do the hood just because like it's yeah, because I want to show the hair more. And then we have your little shoes that we will do. Okay. I just lost my horse. I just lost my horse. I just lost my horse. Okay, did this work? I never went back to this. Hold on. Hey, it's me, Goku. I don't know if I should. Maybe I should just... add subtitle track. Hold on, sorry. I just want to get this done so that way I don't have to think about it. Because this is like the part that's different than everything that I do. Okay, And then snap captions. Not this one. This one. This one. And then this one is blue. Oh! Anthros and whammon. Oh my god. Oh, this is so pretty. I sent you my not. I'm looking at it. Oh, I love your art. Oh! I can draw other things too. I want to be drawn. I want to be drawn as a pretty lady. I want to be a pretty lady. Or a goober. Oh, these are so cool. I love how you draw faces, dude. You draw faces so good. You don't teach me how to draw noses. I don't know how to draw noses. I'm getting there. Love the shading. Super. I know. I like it a lot because it's not like overcomplicated, but it really gets the point across. The point's really so pretty. I know. Thank you. Hee. Yeah, you did a great job. Great job. Great job. Great job. Great job. Great job. Thank you for sharing it with me. I'll draw you. Don't worry. Yippee. Yippee. Okay, I gotta make this. Y offset. There we go. And then this one. Big screen color. Oh, I didn't save it. Oops. I think I might want the outside to be. do na man. Okay, this one. Subtitle 2. Hey, it's me, Goku. Create. You want? Let's do this differently. Banana. Okay, now create camera again. And then we go back here, text plus, we go subtitle 3, transcript. I don't want this. Let's turn this off. I think this goes here. Cool. Okay, we got the intro done, which is very important to me. Boop, because that means we can lock these guys. And then delete track, bruh. Okay, bring this down, and then I need to go back here. Dragon spit. I'm going like back and forth between like 10 things. All right, hold on. Let me do the base of this first frame, and then no, let me do the subtitles for this. VTuber. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hope that wasn't how it's been in other videos, but I really haven't checked. My tenacity for editing videos has been dead. Can I ask what made you just start streaming in the first place? Originally I played a lot of Final Fantasy and I really liked raiding, and I just had such a good time that I really wanted to kind of like record those memories. So a lot of streaming just comes from me wanting to record, hanging out with my friends and having a good time. And then I just stream. I stream because I like remembering things with my friends. The biggest L I've ever taken in streaming is my Walk Amongst the Wild series here. When Twitch decided to cap us, they did give it back to me. I want a refund? Okay. I'm sorry. It might be delayed. So, if anything, let me log into Stream Elements and see if it'll give it to you again. But you get for free. Okay, it's not doing it. Might have just ate it. I'm sorry. You know, sometimes they just eat it. I'm sorry. Is when they, so when they capped our storage, I lost it. Minecraft? Oh. 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 Oh, I got you. Hold on. Why am I doing it? Ghost, you're distracting me. You're distracting me, Ghost. It's okay. Thank you. Dead heart is dead. Complicated, but we're not complicated. We can explain it pretty easily. RuneScape. Dragon. Wilds. For never maturing, for never understanding or learning. Shit, Dragon Wild is one word. What shit is that called? Really hard for. Yeah, I'll use looked at the drugstore. My drug's attention. I am an addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habits. Y'all an illusion. I'm wearing makeup. I'm wearing makeup. Makeup, makeup. Art is dead. Think you're funny. How do we get those people's money? Save his grave. It's got a budget. Or for 40 fucking fortnights. I might remove that sentence because I really don't like kick. I don't want to endorse it, so I'm gonna remove this. Good, and maybe I'll go out of it. Nope, that's not how that works. Boop. Okay. Where are you, Ghost? Ugh. TP lovely Elaine to Prime Bulb. Okay. Plush. God? Okay, good job. Plush box. Here, I'll give you this one. Tell me if that one works. Oh my god, it doesn't rain under trees. Thanks, God. Yeah, no problem. Hey, fruit bed joined. There you go. I think you left click on it. No! I should have just picked you up, I'm sorry. Here, stop the rain. There you go. What'd you get? Oh, you got the pea pod. Oh, you got Hollow Knight. It didn't change though. You got people in Hollow Knight. Nice. Very cool. Oh yeah. Very cute. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad. There you go. Alright. I will go back to AFK now so I can finish my work, Ghost. Alright. Note to self. Wait, I wouldn't be able to tell, would I? No, I haven't been on long enough. Okay. What work? I have to make your emote, and I have to do things and stuff. I need to make notes for myself. Video editing. I hope so. I hope it will, Bunby. MC stuff. Minecraft. Check dark timer. Add voice chat. Hi, Chippy. How was lunch? Or dinner? How's going out with your friends? How's KBBQ? Add voice chat. Add missing woods. Dinner. How a dinner? Just sure. It was good. I'm glad. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. Okay. It cut the video down by a bit, but it's okay. We had over 12 play. Damn! Streak! Thank you for sharing the streak with me. I really like this streak thing that Twitch added. Some love. Hold on. I have to turn my shaders off. Oculus shaders apply. And we got caramel cookie. Yum. What kind of caramel cookie did you get? Did you get one or did you get multiple? Oh, wait. Oh, my computer's lagging. No, move. Help me get along. Video overload, turn down to jiggle physics. No, it's because I have Minecraft on. Unfortunately. Should be better now though, yeah? Computer. Where's your settings? Okay, yeah, it's leveling out. Cool. What do you mean? What do you mean this is still out of thingy? There we go. I got s'mores, apple pie, cookie, Dubai chocolate, cheesecake brine. Damn! Gourmet up in here. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was delicioso. Clip operations replace. What the fuck is NVIDIA broadcast doing on my computer right now? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, wait, did I turn them off? I didn't turn them off? Okay, well, that was my bad. Shared it with Pookie. Nice. Phew, thank goodness the physics is awesome. I'm glad you like the physics. Art. Clip operations. Oh, I forgot. My computer okay? Computer's stuttering just a... NVIDIA broadcast? I'm gonna shove you out a window. Stop. Go away. No one's using you. Okay. NVIDIA broadcast was like spiking. Oh god. I scared myself in my own video. Hold on. Okay. I think it's this. Where are you? Do I have to open it? Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Okay, save. track. We'll lock these two. Okay, and then add track. Bro, my new blanket is too powerful. I'm getting sleepy. You got a new blanket? What kind of blanket is it? Okay. Video editing. Ow, 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 my brain. I want to do this one. Healing the world with... 20, I think. So come to the pure bliss of Eep. I love Eep. Good night, Elaine Jack. Good night, Shappy. Good night, Bonk. Thank you for the good night, Bonkus. I hope you sleep well. We love you very much. And thank you for popping in and telling us how dinner went. And use my village for the good. I want to use... maybe we can use this laughing section later. And then... Starbucks had his blanket. Once I said F off and there has a barbed wire. It's really soft. That's cool. That's cool. That's a nice aesthetic. I like that. They'll hate me, but I do it for free. Healing the world with... I think, maybe? Like this. And then we'll go back 2 seconds. Okie dokie. Men dressed in white clothes. Okay, maybe like that. And then... this one maybe? Please go on the row above. Okay. Apply, reply. I know what I've gotta do. I'll be back on my feet. There's 2. I'm really doing this out of order. Okay, so as a dragon elf VTuber, maybe this one. Apply. I need to shove this up. Retain. Blue. On away every single day. You a junk? One, 2. Invited. That'd be cool if I did what I was told. But right now, so if I get tired, I can lurk. I'm efficient. Well, thank you for the lurk, and also thank you for hanging out. It means a lot to me. And I hope you're having a good time. And you really are the apex predator if you can fall asleep to this music, you know? Wait, she does a wink, like, right here. I want that wink. I think I want this in the beginning instead, then. And then we can have this wink at the end. Boop, boop. Apply. Retain. Yep, that's good. And this one, I need to scoot it over to wherever she is. I'm gonna zoom it out a little bit. I did it wrong. How did I do this so wrong? I thought, what? What? Did I miss it? Pro PC got so laggy it crashed my browser. Anyways, do you like my blanket? I love your blankie. I love your blankie. It's a very cool aesthetic, and I really love soft blankets. I have like 5 blankets around me at all times. So honestly, I get it. I get it, I do. Is that one your favorite blanket, or is that just the newest one you have? I think I want this to end here then. I put my playlist, which is full of random ass songs, on loud. And fuck yeah! All right, well, I'm glad you got you got the assignment. Newest one I have, understandable. What is your favorite one? I'm trying to like fit this. Fly. Okay, then this one maybe. I really liked the wink though. I think maybe we could do this instead. So let's get this one where she's already kind of in frame, and then I had it for a few. I'd say my favorite is probably the light blue and white throw blanket. It's super soft and it has a diamond pattern on it. I've had it for years now. Forgot where I got it from, honestly. And it's either that or this Playboy bunny blanket, also double-sided and super soft. I love double-sided super soft blankies. You know where it's at. You know the real blankie. You know the real blankies. Okay, that's fine. I wanted to get the wink, but it's okay. Okay, so this one's good. And is an outfit. Let's do Undertale. Undertale's very in. Oh, this is them with a different color though. I didn't think that they had a different. It's okay. Oh, we'll put it over here then. Oh, I need the audio right here. Asking me the ball. For real, shame it's only a throw blanket though, and it's not a queen size. My bed feels empty sometimes. That's valid. I have like oversized blankies all the time because like I must be surrounded by blankie. too. I like getting new baggy clothes that are soft, throwing them in the dryer so they're warm. Oh, yes, that is very nice. That is very nice. I have to agree. What's this game? This is Pow World. I don't know where they are. I need to check my ball. They laugh a lot in their clips, which is fun. I feel like you can tell a lot from a creator by what kind of clips they have. Like, if it's a lot of just, like, them laughing or if it's a lot of something else. Me, it's a lot of me being ooped. I think I'll do this part and cut it here. And then... Grandma up there too. Ow! Oh, this part. It's friends. Worth it, baby. Let's do a Minecraft one. Which this looks like same ratio as this, so I can just do this. Ooh, they have different hair. Oh, this is Mega Bonk. And then 1, 2. I can do more. Oh my goodness. Legends of Zelda will go. This one will go here. We'll never know for sure. Am I anxious? Am I anxious? Alright, we'll do this section. Am I anxious? It's got doing this to me. Okay, and then RuneScape. I have a video of them playing RuneScape, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's this one? Yes. Boop 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 boop. Ooh, I'd make an edit to myself with this song, but I don't know how I do it. I also learned that if I put many layers and crouch in a corner, I can fall asleep pretty easily. I like doing this in a fully army tactical gear because of the weight. That's valid. It'd be like, it would very much be like, what do you call it? It would be like a weighted blanket if you think about it that way. So that makes sense. 1, 2. Let's do this section. Seems like... Oh shit, okay. Legend of Zelda, let's do this game. Apply. How to go larger to 88? Yes. Don't you know, loading bars aren't linear. I say RuneScape. Scrape. Makes me cry a little bit. Long form. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, well, that's okay. Bum, 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 bum. One, two. Oh, I think I did that wrong. First time I did that, I scared the hell out of my brother. He didn't know I owned tactical gear and thought for some reason heavily armament was oh, dude. I would shit myself. And I'd run like I would just shit myself. I would just be like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done now. I would just be like, yep, okay, this is my time to go. This is just my time to go. Oh, she's so cute there. Look at this. I like the arms crossed. I like the arms crossed. I've liked the arms crossed pose quite a bit. I don't have one, but that's because I can hold my tail. Want to see? Beep, beep, ha. See? I just hold my tail. That's good enough. Hey, he may call me weird, but at least I'm comfy. On God, you know what you want in life, and that's the most important part. Like, can't be mad if you know what you want, you know. Boop, boop, boop. Want to do like a halfway mark, I think. 1, 2. Link clips. I live to regret it. Maybe I should make them bigger. And then it's Helldivers. That's something. That's the intro. I used that one. Is this repo one? I don't think I used this repo one. My mother's attic. I guess I'll just do the beginning. Very thoughtful at all is really. I've been totally awful. My closet is chalk. That is vaguely shitty. Okay, there we go. Save. Need empty tracks. Ooh. I fucked up. Fucked up just a wee bit. Cool. And then we can turn this off. Take this guy. Go to here. Go to current text. Go to subtitle 1. That was the default one. Yes. Okay, cool. During spit is an enthralling of VTuber. Yeah, I think that's fine. Default. Okay, close. When I first got boop. Boop. Oh. Okay, and then, oh, I should check. Pog, okay. Horse out in the door. Have horse. Save. Okay. How's the server doing? I just want to see how the server console is running. Oh, barely, baby. Barely, barely lagging. Barely lagging, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on it, bro. My dick is hard as fuck. I did a good job. I did a fucking good job. I'm happy. Only 40 ticks behind. People active. Woo! You wanna poot? I got you. We'll be judging your poot. Are you ready, chat? We're gonna judge Moon's poot. Short and sweet. That's nice. I like it. Not stinky. Sometimes people have them real stinky farts, and then I'm like, gotta watch out for what they're eating, you know? Boop, boop. I keep clicking the wrong ones. Okay. Now I have to do Vibe and Shine, and then I can make Ghosts thing, and then I can play Minecraft. I can play Minecraft myself. Yo! What do you mean it's gone? I didn't put it in here. It's in my recycle bin. Fuck. Hopefully. Oh, guys, I have to re-record a thing. Here with the cheek pat. I have to re-record this. Fuck. Okay. I love re-recording stuff. Alright, I have to go into squisho mode really quick. Recording. Launch anyway. Oh, I like this song. Okay, I gotta go here. Scene collections. Recording studio profile. Recording studio. Left. Right. I gotta turn my blush off, and I have to re-record this. So, Vibe and Shine. What is it? Live free and shine bright as a light. Live free and shine as bright. My brain. Okay, hold on. Live free and shine as bright as this echidna. They may be different than their typical echidnakin because they're albino, but I mean, look at how they glow. They clearly are just out here living their best little guy life. Speaking of living to the fullest, it's always nice to live with good food in your belly. And legendary Cowboy Kent Rollins is here to show you how to make the most delicious dishes for yourself. We found out about him while I was streaming, and I adore watching his videos with chat while eating dinner together. His enthusiasm for food and life and the little dance he does just makes you want to live as brightly as he does. Living life to the fullest is up to what you make it, and living life to the fullest is up to what makes you content, and that could be anything. Like for this little pupper, it's spreading his little stumpy arms wide and flying like there's no care in the world. Okay. That's gonna need cutting, but that's okay. I'm a bug. Sounds really cute. Thank you for the head pats. Boop. I think we're listening to the song twice, but it's a fun song, so it's okay. Apply. Boop. This has to be up 5. I realize the song is gonna give me anxiety because it's about bugs being everywhere. But it's kind of like a vibe, though. Also, thank you for the wellness check. I forgot if I said thank you for that, and I will drink water in 2 seconds. Pog, okay. Boop. Uh-oh. The metal now. Okay. You go there. Water goes in my mouth. Oh. I know that it might sound crazy, but a dim sum paradise. Let's go, baby, but BLT, come back here. Come here, buddy. Hotel. Yeah. Save. Invited. Save. Timeline. Great. Plate of dim sum soon I'll. Weep. What's the matter? What happened? What's the matter? Life. Speaking of. Boop, 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 boop. Cat Rollins. Beep. May I please be whitelisted for the server? Of course you can. Give me 2 seconds. I can do that right now. I apologize. I forgot to request that. Can you DM it to me in the... Actually, I can just do it this way. I got it. Oh, I thought I whitelisted you already. Hold on. And... Okay, there you go. You're whitelisted now. Boop. I have to close the OBS. This one. Yes. Content. Close. Doing that right now. This one. Nope, not you. Go away. Herself. His. Oh, nope, but okay. Could be anything. I'm gonna take this like that. Take this, make it smaller, rotate it, put it over here. Save that guy. Make that smaller. Oh, I forgot. I didn't do this. There you go. Okay. This one, 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 this one. Hopefully I have enough footage for all these. Oh, and then I have to get the happy pictures. Star! Can I use your picture that you drew me yesterday in this video? He has to restart PC. It won't let me play. I'm sorry. Make sure you up the RAM usage. Make sure you up the RAM usage if you haven't, because that's like the biggest thing that'll make you crash. Oh, I have plenty of footage. Yeah, feel free if you want. I can complete it real quick. Yeah, if you want. If you want, yeah, it's up to you. I don't want to like force you to like finish it if you're busy, you know. It made me happy, and this video is about things that make me happy, so. Which one? The neck break one or the cat one? The cat one. The cat one. I like them both, but I really like the cat one. It's, as you can tell, it's my Discord profile picture right now in the server. No, it's not enough. The one video. It's okay. It's a 79. It's not gonna be the worst. Real quick. No. Hopping. There you go. 7 fucking days, yeah. Mixed messages. Mixed messages. Man, I want a dog so bad, but I'm not allowed, so my Minecraft dog will have to do for now. Yeah, and your Minecraft dog can live forever, technically. So, that's another awesome thing about digital pet. The tag in the dick. You down in the back of an ambulance. Very captions. Wanted to check the. They won't do it again. 40. Cool. Perfect. Mysterious. Think of these mom miss messages. Cool. Stream inside the connection. I can't. There's a mod, I'm sure. Oh my god. Pets Minecraft. I have to. Related, this is the first time I heard from this. Really? Yes, actually same. Same. Spark Pets add-on? What the fuck? Pets Minecraft mod. Petable. See, look now, a mod that made Minecraft a huge issue is not adding the things that you can add pets. It's a little outdated, but you can pet them. You can pet them. And there's a Bedrock edition that's free. It's not the same as touching. That's fair, but it's a give and a take, you know? It's a give and a take, you know? They live forever, but you just can't touch them in real life. Did I not favorite the re-emote? What the fuck? Favorite emoji. Boop. Okay. Got that done. Gabby! Gabby! This wasn't a call to action, Gabby. This was just a, hey, you know, I stream all day, so don't feel bad about it. I miss your stream sometimes too. You can do whatever you need to do. You said touch grass. You never said it had to be real grass. Exactly. And get all up in that grass. I don't know. I think it was. I don't know. It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't mean it for it to be. Okay. Let me fix one thing. And that is fixing my paint. Because it's bugging me that it's still blood. Can I click it? Can I? Your emotes are so cute. Boop. Nope, that's my blush. Get out of here. Give me the paint. Give me the paint. Give me the paint. There's a little bit of blood. Oh, this is for lighting. Fuck! I clicked the wrong one. Thanks. Of course. I like your art a lot. This one. You guys can't tell. Oh god, it's gonna take forever to load in your hard time reading meme. Okay, hold on. Wait. Whenever I read things on my screen and I'm thinking really hard, I do one of these. Kind of. It's like more further though. It's like what is it? Wait, hold on. It's this. I do this. Oh, you can't see because of my head. I do this. I'm like, I need to see if I can convince my doctor that my anxiety is bad enough for me to get a service dog. The landlord allows those. That's valid, isn't it? Isn't it a psychologist, though? You have to go to a psychologist to be like, I need dog. Me need dog. Bye-bye. From group. There you go. There you go. I'm good now. We're all good now. There was an edit I wanted to do. I need to share that with myself. Let me get. I don't know, someone. Yeah, someone can tell someone, and then someone, and then you can have. Can you get an emotional support dog? Like, service dogs and emotional support animals are different. But if you can get it an emotional support dog, you could also do that. Also, I need to hide this for a second because I need to make overcompensating. Oh, I need to check this too. Hold on, I have to check something that I actually cannot share. TikTok. I want to make a new. They're different. Technically, yes. Service animals technically are, like, they're different. I think, like, not all. Oh, I locked myself out. Oops. Fuck. Yeah, I was talking about motion support dog. Yeah, motion support dog need to be trained. Yeah. Like, my cat's technically a motion support cat, but she's not trained. Hold on, I gotta make a new folder. Edit ideas. This. Oh, I want to play that game too. Okay, add video. We need to prove they support you emotionally. Yeah. Doctors can diagnose some mental illness, but not all of them. Like, I got my ideation, depression, anxiety diagnosis from my primary care doctor, but my ADHD diagnosis by a psychiatrist, and I feel like someone's OC with all these. That's fair. It's more, to be honest, in my opinion, it's more low-key than a lot of people make them out to be. Have more anxiety than their owners. Yep, except for me and my cat. My cat very much has less anxiety than I do. What do you mean collection isn't available? Cancel. Make public. There we go. Done. Edit ideas. Okay, ready. Okay, I might edit one more video just because I forgot about this. I have to save all these videos for Saturday or Friday because I can't show you guys Shutter Story. If Shutter Story is less than $10, I'm buying that game because I want to play it really bad. It's got a free demo! Yippee! In my eyes, they serve a purpose, therefore service dog. Yeah, but service dogs have, like, yeah, they have, like actual, like, they are more for physical, disabilities, I would like to say, like, blindness, deaf, social anxiety things. I mean, I got my anxiety under control. I just want to see if I can buy my, it's fair. It's fair. It says it wasn't fair. There was an edit I wanted to do, and I thought I saved it, but I don't think maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? I might be wrong, so I think I might just make a meme for Monday. I love dogs. I love dogs, too. I get it. I might not have the video. Wait, I wanna listen. Hold on. Oh. I remember, but that one's for November. Right. Okay, I can share my screen again. Okay. I want to do this one. Just be yourself. Okay, well, now we all have an autism allegations. I want to do that one. Yeah, I think I do. Because then I could just record myself going. Like, just me being silly. Low effort. And it'll blow up, I promise. Hold on. Dial-up internet's happening. I forgot what I'm doing. Great Ella, we are cooked. What happened? What happened, Ilu Fox? I'm forgetting everything. This one needs to go on top. What is this? Oh, these are all like the trends I want to do. I think I might unpin this. Oh, with that, the 2024 season is over. Oh my god, I have to do that one. That's what. Yes. Okay, I remember. We're back on track. Okay. Video editing. 2025 recap. We lost Super Classico. I'm sorry, but there's always next year. And 9 out of 10 isn't bad. Anxiety, processing disorder, possible depression, and ADHD. One of those has to land me emotional support. I mean, I'm sure you can figure it out. I just have ADHD, autism probably, and depression and anxiety, you know? I just got some typical stuff under the cover. Go outside again. Am I going crazy? I don't even know. This is not the color that I fucking wanted. Okay, now we're doing this. Yeah, I want to do this right now. Okay. Little of everything, all of the time. What width is this? There's no way. It's 30.8? What the fuck do you mean, me? Why is the line art so big? Okay, well, that's how big I made it. Or I can use my dad's method of having pets and pretending I don't have pets. I mean, hey, you have free will. The only thing about free will that people forget is that there are consequences. But I mean, again, free will. I'm not giving you any legal advice, obviously, here. Do whatever you want to do with your lawyers in mind, or something like that. Don't take anything I say for legal advice. Just, be good, be goober. Be goober, be better. That's all I got, I guess. Really didn't have much for you. I'm just a little guy on the internet. Don't take my advice, you might end up with accidental tax evasion. Dude, I do not think that I made the line art this thick. Did I really? Okay, maybe I will make an edit to the song. Where is it? 3D art, 2D art, sticker, video, edit. I run edit. Okay. By Haven. Yeah, that one I'll do. And then I'll do the autism one. Autism. That one I'll do first. I think people are too aware of consequences. That's why most people don't use their free will. They're scared. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. It's just, you know, the person that has to deal with the consequences are typically you. So that's like the only downside. It's like, it's not anyone else here. It's just you. Open wires, I can live better, not run. Autism. So, fun fact about my therapist. So, she can diagnose autism in patients. And I told her, like, I'm very interested. Hi, Moo Moo, I missed you. I have been so busy. It's okay. I hope your streams have been well. I hope you've been doing good. You're totally good. If you've been playing Arc Raiders, how's that been? I hope you've been having fun with it. But, so my therapist was like, yeah, I can, like, you know, see if you have autism. And I'd be like, yeah, I would like to know because I want to know. And so, you know, she's like, okay, so throughout, like, our time together, I'll probably diagnose you. It'll be, like, a slow process, but, you know, we'll get through it. And I was like, cool. Sounds great. You know, I'm interested in knowing, you know, whether I have it or not. And now we're at a point where, like, I'll be explaining something, and because she has autism and ADHD as well, and she's like, yeah, you know, that autism sense of when this happens, and I'm like, I'm starting to think that you've already made your diagnosis, doc, but you just haven't told me. You know? This is not what I expected to play. I'm level 53 with 88 hours in it. Nice! I always own up to what I do. If I regret doing it, that's my problem. That's no one else's. Very valid. I like that. Good own up. Good own up. I appreciate that. Did you hear what I just said? So, I've been noticing in my therapy appointment, especially today, we were talking about music and like how if I listen to a song too much, I wake up with that song in my head. And it goes with echolalia, with a lot of ADHD and autism people have, where like when something makes a noise and you like it, you mimic it. And she's like, yeah, you know, that autism moment when this happens, like after I explained my thing, and I was like, I think you've made a diagnosis here and haven't told me about it, but because they've done it more than once. They've done it more than once. And I'm like, there's clearly a diagnosis here that you haven't told me, but I...
difference between a theory and a diagnosis.
Is she eeping? Oh, it's off. Yeah. Don't let me. But, yeah. I'm just saying, you don't go, hey, this is my experience. Oh, yeah, that experience I have with my autism, too.
From a medical professional.
From a medical professional! Oh, do you want to see my friend's new cat? I'll show chat, too, in case chat wants to see it. It's just s'mores. It's just s'mores. This is my friend's.
They are more colored.
Yeah, they're very sweet and very cute. Apparently, they're giving, their boyfriend more love, though, and I'm like, I get that jealousy. I get that jealousy so hard. I've been mainly cleaning, though. Understandable. Has cleaning been satisfying, at least? Yeah, sorry, I had to repeat that to my significant other, because I don't think I told them that yet. That happened, and I feel like they should know. To go behind, still of you in Tennessee, you're always on my mind. I love my therapist, though. She's awesome. She let me show her my VTuber sticker, and it was really nice, and she thought it was really cool. Totally random, but have you heard of the Unlimited Red Leather? Love his songs? I think so. I think I know who you're talking about. I said a cat that hated her but loved me. Yes, I know Red Leather. I think I only like one of his songs, though, because I feel like his music changed drastically since before he kind of popped off on TikTok. In West Hollywood, I'm gonna keep on dancing at the... Oh, I see my error in my ways here. No. Elaine, don't likey. The coloring is not going the way I want it to. Okay, there we go. He made Sins. I think that's the song that I like. I don't remember. It's been so long since, like, I've actually looked at his discography before. It's been so long. I think I said that sentence wrong, but you guys know what I mean. This person gets it. I feel confused, but I think that's just because we're still in the baby phases of doing this. Stand. Boop. Keep. Boop. I don't want to listen to the song. The song isn't the vibe right now. Okay. Hello. What?
Table leg bracket.
It looks like it's for like one of those.
Yeah, basically.
They break theirs. Is that why they wanted one?
I think they just have some like wood dowels.
Oh.
Could you make a bracket?
Oh, that's what that meant. I like that they were like, can you print this thing? I don't know what this thing means. I'm just the guy.
Yeah, Callum tried to help make them a thing for it, and I think they found a file of mine and they were trying to resize it, but they only had the Windows 3D modeler software on Gray's computer.
Oh yeah.
And they were like, so if you want to check here, I was like, I can fix it.
Yeah, you're like, I got you.
They were like, they said it wouldn't be that hard. Almost like, well, I gotta see it before I can.
Before I make promises. Yeah. I also like the only time it rains in Hollywood, long time, and watch my daddy die. That's valid. That's valid. I feel like I don't know their discography enough to say what I like and what I don't like of their stuff. This goes at the bottom. Good job for getting that done, though. Mm-hmm. And then I need another horn to go here. And then I have to make Ghost not bald. This is head. Yeah. And then I need to move this line over and down. Ooh, I said over and down. Okay, there we go. And then boop. Boop, boop, boop. Remove this one, this one. This one, this one. SOS is my favorite. I'm done talking about this. Hey, you are totally fine. Feel free to talk about things that you like as much as you want here. I'm not gonna stop you. There we go. Now Ghost has a full head of hair. Alright, head. And then I kind of want to scoot this a bit. Make him a little bit more like this, maybe? Okay, but if I did, I would not tell you shit. I don't know what I did. Brain thinking. Hey, I don't work here, and if I did, would not tell you shit. I don't care. I don't work here, but if I did. Okay, there's head. Alright, give me your Pete's. Do the Pete's. No, the fun fact about the Pete's is the Pete's don't really change. So, this guy, and then this guy. And then here. And then this leg gets changed. Close curve. I like that they're outlined in the color that they are. Boop. Hi, I don't work here, and if I did, I would not like your kid. I should. it. Nice. Okay. I don't like it. I should. And then this leg comes dark. My mind. Break curve. Join curves. And then this. And then I think this was red. I don't work here, but if I did, I would not enter shit. Okay. I don't work here. Leg. Leg. The back of the head is like kind of in the way. And then let's close the curve. What? Hi, Gabby. You like the song? It's a good song. You enjoyed that song? What the fuck is this song? I don't know who this is, but I'm kind of vibing with it. There you go. Do I put a little line on the butt? I do it like up here. So let me grab. See Muse. This is like, yeah, if I need this. Give me a little booty. Give me a little booty line. Just finally finished a teaser of another teaser. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I hope you like how it looks. I know you probably don't need me to say this, but like, if you ever need any of my services, feel free to let me know. I'm happy to provide. I'm the gingerbread man. I love the pooty. Thank you. And then this. Oh, it's the same color. And then oh, this is not. Oh, this needs to be underneath the body. Then I'm gonna steal this from me and give it to Ghost. I kind of want to make the butt shine here. Make it flatter. Whose booty this is? This is Ghost. The Ghost Shrimp. This is theirs. I think I want to change how this sits. Breadman. And then move this. God, it's so funny. I'm always stressing about food and Zomboid, but realistically, I could live in my base for 2 years without starving. Really? That's not bad. You're just trying to be proactive, you know? Give me. This was a little bit off. I kind of want to make this like bigger. As much as you can. I might just remove the line. I don't think I want the line. Love Ghost character. I do too. Should I make the cat look like the Squishmallow or the humanish form? Whichever is easier for you. Whichever is easier for you. Okay, let me send this to Ghost to see what Ghost thinks if they want anything else. Because No, I kind of want to do the... Hold on. I want to do the white separation piece because that would look nice. Okay, so... Boop. And then so interest to you, you'd be the first. What? This guy. This guy. Kind of want to give it just a little bit. Should it be on top though? I think this one should maybe be on top. Oh, and then the tail. I forgot the tail. I need more smoothing. I zoned out and locked into woman's feet. Fair. I feel like I kind of want to give Buster a bit of a rump tail. Or not Buster, Ghost. Whatever you thought you think. This one. Where are you? Take this quirky quiz. And then give me a diamond at the end. Triangle. Triangle wide. Triangle tall. I don't like any of those. These are tragedy and boredom is a crime. There you go. I could probably put myself on art now, huh? Done. I think I wanted to accentuate the booty a little bit more. Very long ago. I don't know if I like it being there. Yeah, little stumpy tail. Boop. No. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it this way. Tail. Not that guy, this guy. Outline. Insatiable you. There you go. Ghost. I call it tail? What? I thought I wrote that it was tail. Okay, so this one, and then head, and then these go on top in the frame. And then these ones go at the bottom. Okay. So now what I'll do, I'm going to take the head. Actually, I will need to go. You'll, I don't know if you'll move with a booty. This is the shoes. Yeah, so let's do the shoes, I guess, first. All the time. This will go below. Below something. Below this. But not this. Oh, there is a little butt thing here. Okay, and then the head. Like here. And then we take the back of the hair. Boop. Is at a time. Gib carb. Do it all the time. Boop. My brain's a little confused, but we're getting there. Boop. Let's just move this over a little. There we go. We can fix this guy. I want to just scoot this up a little bit. Please. Why is this being weird? Oh, you know, I know why it's being weird. Because we squashed it, so it needs to come out a bit more. I'm silly. One move down, gonna have squash. And then... So even... this one... Yes. Yes? I think so? Except, no, let's do this part. Hello, people. I'm home, and I've devoured 3 servings worth of sushi. Yum. Welcome home. I hope sushi was awesome. What kind of sushi did you get? And then... boop. There we go. Sushi. Sushi. Just some California rolls. Good choice. Good choice. So you can say hi here, but you can't answer my call. That's crazy. You guys are goofy. Boop. Ooh. Where is this one? This one. This one. There we go. And then the outline color is this one. What? This one. brain is thinking? Oh, it's because it's locked. That's why I keep clicking on the other ones. That makes more sense. Okay, now I need that sleeve. I need that sleeve to come here. Oh, wait, not that one. Oh, not that one either. Oop. And this like becomes this color and this color. This booty becomes this color. This part of the booty becomes this color. There we go. And then I think close call. Swoop. And then the inner part is this. Like this. Like that. Like that. Nope, wrong one. Ah! Please, like, keep clicking on the wrong layers, chat. Boop. This needs to go below the head. For this curve, because it'll go like this. Oh, I know where this and this need to end. Ooh, where'd that booty line go? I didn't go on top. I just need to go down, like here. And then, oh, this is still off. Okay, do that, do that. And then, we gotta get that inner body color, this one. And that will go here, I think. But it'll move down here, and it should be... like that. Do 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 do. Boop boop. Oh, so this should go here then. Yes, it should. This has got to come here. Oh, okay. The only problem with this... I'm so sad I'm stuck at 86% now. Just don't touch it. Did you up your RAM? How much RAM did you give it? That's the biggest question. If you don't give it enough RAM, it's going to take a while. There you go. Alright, this one's closer to this frame. I am going to unlock all these, though, and grab the color layer. Boop. I put it, but it's only up to like 8,000, and I mean it like froze. Well, I'm the creator. Did I recommend 8,000? Because I recommended 10,000. I do an oopsie. At least it's at least 10 gigabytes, not 8,000. It's 10,000. 10,240, I think, is 10 gigabytes. It's at 10, but mine loads it at 8,000. I don't know why. So when you, where is it? Minecraft loading screen modded. That's not what I want. Curse. There should be like a number. It'll say like loading and then like the percentage at the top. Does it say 8,000 or does it say 10,000? Not right here. Right here. This one like says 6,000 as an example. How much does yours say? Says 8,000. Yeah, so it's at the default. So what you have to do in CurseForge is when you're looking at the pack, you have to go up here to the 3 dots, and then you have to click profile options, and then custom RAM allocation. You got to put it to this much. Okay, this one. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I tried to make that the default when it's shared as a profile, but I'm presuming it did not like that fact. 2, 3. This is higher than this one, though? Yes, but lower than this one. Yes. And then this one is below. Hi, Shayla. Hello. Okay, so where did it go? Cool. Okay. I just gotta fix the bulge spout. But I also forgot one thing. It's a little bit out. Now I can do it. Boop. 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 Not that one. This one. Nope, not that one either. This one. There we go. Boop. 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 That's fine. And then I just gotta fix this little bald spot. Oops, made a bigger bald spot. There we go. That goes down. I can't put that. It won't let me. I'm sad right now. How? You could try a little bit more than 8,000. I'm gonna try like a little bit more than that. If you can put it up a little bit higher. Because I don't necessarily know that it needs the 10,000. 8096. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a beefy mod pack, and it unfortunately will not load on 8,000. Yeah, because even I think if you load into the server, it's gonna take that much. Alternatively, you could load it bit by bit, and what I mean by that is you'd have to turn off certain mods and then turn them back on and like load them on their own. But that's a big ask. So I understand if you do not want to. Mine's on 10K. Yeah, I think I feel like it could do with like 9K, but I really feel like that's the lowest it can go because it is beefy. It is a beefy mod pack. I need that sleeve. Where's your sleeve? Give me sleeve. There you go. Knee big. Oh wait, not you. It's you. And then you go right here. But butt is on top of you. Butt takes black and gray. This takes black. Goes on top. You will also take black and gray. I think I made an oopsie on the last frame. I did. I want... Ooh, no, I can't do it that way. Okay, actually, that's fine then. This one on top. And then close curve. And then it goes like this. Boop, boop, boop. And now gotta grab the white. Oh, I can grab your little booty color. And then the white that goes on top of this. Where'd it go? Boop, 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 boop. Below you. Go here, and then here. Okay, and then I have to flip it between the second frame and the third frame. Oh, the only thing you're missing is your shoe. Forgot your little shoe. I'm sorry. There you go. And now this one. I think this one. This one is very similar. It's just the... I think the hair on this one is the same. Just a little bit higher. So let me grab head on this one. Put it here. Just bring it up. Oop. Dude, I've never played with this brew mod. It's so fun. Yeah, and you can like modify them so you can have like a bunch of different like you can have modifiers to make it go faster or slower. It's pretty cool. I try to make sure to have it in all of my packs because I think it's kind of fun. Found 2 in a cave. Yeah, you can find them as loot or you can craft them. Along with a huge fire claymore. That's the hope and the dream with that pack, is that like you find a lot of cool loot, or you can make cool loot. Like you don't have to be a master crafter to do everything. Hello, Wayne. Hello, Chaotic. How are you today? Welcome on in. I missed you. How you doing? All right, shoe. Let me get your shoe in here. And your other shoe, which is going to go below your butt. This goes below your butt. Remove this guy. And it goes below. Oh, no, yeah, just your butt. I'm good. I'm glad. I hope your week has been going well so far. Ugh. Okay, so this pant. Boop, 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 boop. Close curve. And over and over. And over. I can't make myself over. We cleaned the garage and there is so much newly acquired space. Fuck yeah. That's always a good feeling when like you go to clean something and then it's just like, fuck yeah, I have fucking space. The free real estate. Head below. This. Above. Good night, Moon. Sleep well. Thank you for the hangout. Take it before I get out. I don't know where that line that went. Over and 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 over. This one. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. There you go. And over and over and over. Haven't seen a single dragon nest. I'm not complaining. I think I've seen a few of them. But yeah, they definitely don't spawn as much as our last row. Eat me like a bug. Wahaba. 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 And then under the butt. I think this is a little off. Game trying to think and plunder. Game and this may some munda. Yeah, I feel like that curve's a little bit off, so I'm just gonna fix that. Let me see how this looks with the last frame. This is also a little bit too high up. Yeah, that's better. There we go. And then this one. Ooh, someone doesn't have the right... What? How did this one get so dark? Oh, there we go. Frame 5. The only two lines that we really need this one are these two. Okay, this is the last frame. Alright, which one has a butt lattice on? I think this one does. Just more stretched out. Yes, very similar to this one. Okay, cool. Doot, 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 doot. I'm just gonna copy this and then put this in here. Then we remove the blush. Remove. Off, 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 off. Actually, you can turn this back on. And then this one will go down here. Hello, Compact. How are you doing? Thank you for the check-in. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. See that, Glenda. goes here, except for this shoe goes on top. And then this head comes up, I think, right? Compared to frame 1? So frame, oh, yeah. There we go. And then butt up, butt dark inner pant. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. Boop. And then close curve. Yeah, so looking into it, I quite literally have... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Maybe I can make, like... So maybe at some point I'll make, like, a budget-friendly one where, like, you know, people who don't have as strong PCs can play on it. Because I know not everybody has 10, but it is kind of a beefy mod pack, so... I apologize. Yeah, I think a lot of computers these days have more than 8, because sometimes wait, what mod pack? Our Minecraft mod pack. Our Minecraft mod pack for the Discord community super. It's okay, I can wait. I'm saying I'll build my own PC. I should have plenty of RAM. Fuck yeah, yeah, because like sometimes Chrome itself can take up that much RAM. If you're not careful with making sure it's not being a resource hog. Not that leg. This leg. This one done with this. No, on top, I said. Alright, also thank you for being understandable. Understanding about it. Because it's definitely something that I was like, man, I'm at the... There's a Minecraft server? There is! It's a modded Minecraft server. It's a very heavily modded Minecraft server, as you can tell. But we do have a Minecraft server. That's... Anyone can join as long as you behave and... join the Discord server, because all the information is there. I don't see why I wouldn't. It's not your fault. Some people just aren't as patient as you are. Being such a menace right now. I bet you are. Okay, I think that's everything. Around people on my broom going, wee. Oh, I didn't fix the blush in this one. It's the only thing I didn't fix, and then I'm good. Boop. I just need to move it up a little bit. And now I just gotta put it all together. Quick export. Why are you weird? Document. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Advanced. I think it'll be fine. This is ghost shrimp. Go shrimp 2. ship 3. Export 4. Elaine, did I tell you that about my... I did. You did tell me about it. But feel free to talk about it more. Again, I don't mind. I have very short-term memory, so while I remember you telling me about it, I remember... I fucking forgot I fucking drew this of the creep cast, dude. Okay, hold on. Let me make him wider. I want to make him wider. Okay, I will finish that too, and then I'll do that. Sorry if that was a jump scare, but I will be doodling him. And if you don't know what it is, it's Meat Canyon's version of Smile Dog from like the creepypasta Smile Dog. Stoof. Where this? Nope. This one. Okay. Art projects, 2D art, booty wiggle. I don't remember. Let me look at mine. So if I look at them side by side, I can kind of tell how fast it is. Okay. Okay, don't cross stacks. I feel like it's gonna be 5. Yes. Big ol' ghost shrimp. Alright, ghost. The masterpiece has been made. Ghost. There you go. Completed. Alright, let me make this little guy. He's so fucking scary. He's kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. But I like him. He's just a dude. He's just a little dude. We're gonna make him with vectors because I can. Yeah. It's from Schlack Shack Studios, and they do a bunch of fan stuff on YouTube, but they also do commercial stuff as a full-time under a different name. They want to start making video games soon, so I jokingly asked if they want to hire me as an intern, and they called me and we figured some stuff out. And yeah, they wanted me to start like right away, but my internship doesn't start till February, so I gotta wait and be bored with class. Well, see, that's where you try to suck all the knowledge you can out of your courses, right? Before it's over, and you just learn the shit out of however much you can, so that way you'll be so knowledgeable by the time you join them that they'll be like, holy shit, we should have had you on sooner. That's what I like to think. That's what I like to do. If like I'm offered something like that and I have time to learn, because then, like, for example, maybe there's a mechanic that you don't know how to code, but you know a professor that does know how to code it. You can ask then and there and like learn it ahead of time. So that way you're a bit more efficient about it when you start your internship, which would show being proactive and also show initiative, which companies like, and then they're more likely to hire you on full time. I want his hand to be a little dirt. It's my son. I don't know if I want to break this up more so that way I can have more line variance. go. Is that how the top of his head is? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. It's a real fucking deal. We talked about games they want to make and games I want to make, and they loved a few of my game ideas, even my passion project I'm doing on the side. So after we get a game out or two and make money, they may fund my passion project so I can get it made out there. And they're also pretty good friends of mine, so I'm excited. Fuck yeah, that's an awesome opportunity. I think definitely, like, while you're still in school, if you can, like, look into, like, any other, like, advanced coding things that you may not know, I think that would really give you the leg up. But I'm really proud of you, and good job, and I hope you've had a celebratory snack, at the very least. What if I broke this? This one. Oh my god. This one to be this. Whoops. Good night, Elena Chat. Good night, Vex. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Good night, good night, good night. I love it! Oh, I love it. I'm so angry. Angry, Owain. Thank you. Thank you, Star. You're so fucking perfect. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Edit per server profile. Fuck, streamer mode, dude. Edit per server profile. Edit. Change avatar. I need this to be my profile picture. Alright, cool. Thank you, Star. I'm good. I'm a bit EP. Understandable. How are you? I'm good. I got the Minecraft server all up and running. Now I'm just drawing Papa Meat's version of Smile Dog. It's grand old time. I got an interesting item called Polar Boots. They let you levitate, then it kicks you off the server with the mission. It's not, it almost got kicked off the server when I logged back in. Oh! Weird. You're out. Let me turn on flying. Let me turn on flying. Settings. Allow flight. Same thing and never get kicked. Wow. Wait, I wonder. Razzmatazz. Yeah, he is armed. On whitelist. As long as play is not enabled on the server. Updating tickets disconnecting. What? Recognize my imperative fears. If it's an item, if they are the items, you can switch it and it pulls you to the ground. Turned on flying, so I'll just 2 ticks. Also, I miss spawning with a backpack. Do you want a backpack? I can just give you a backpack. I also need to do one other thing. Go 8:30 file manager. Config. Yes, okay, give me 2 seconds. I need to restart the server. Where is it? Simple voice chat. No, it's just voice chat, isn't it? You know, voice. There it is. So. Okie dokie. Okay, I'll come give you a backpack. TP lovely lane to prime bulb. Hello. Backpack. Yeah, I'll give you a silver one. Actually, what color do you like? What favorite color? The Sonic the Hedgehog hat. I'll wear it for you. Hat. Keen. Okay, hold on. Do you want me to wear this? Is that why you wanted to give me this? I look like Sonic. I look like Shems now. Backpack. Here you go. Yes. There you go. Enjoy your backpack. You want this hat back? You want to give this hat to Shems? I'll give this hat to Shems. You have that too? Okay. I'll keep it safe for you in a hat chest. Thank you. Thank you, Ghost. Are you supposed to spawn with backpacks? No. No, but I can give you one. I don't mind giving people one. Do you want one? Would you like one? I'm just gonna teleport back. I don't wanna fly all the way back. Teleport to waypoint. We spawned with backpacks on the last server because I didn't have Akashic Tomes working. But we have Akashic Tomes working, so no more backpacks. Yeah, I'm like a million miles away. You're not that far. I'm just lazy. Break. Oop, break curve. You don't have to give me one. I just know I spawned with one last time, so I just want to make sure. No, that's valid. Thank you for asking. I keep clicking the wrong one. Yes, I like this. I like this variety. And the line weight. He's just a little guy, dude. God damn it. I gotta stop clicking the wrong button. And then I'll just take this and copy this and flip it. And then this one goes here. And then I'll move his foot, because his foot is not here, it is here. And I'll move this part of his foot. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. That's not what I wanted. This one. I don't know what the song is, but I'm kind of vibing with it. This is good. Oh. Oh. I want this to be up. He's just a little guy, chat. Look at him. He's a little precious little guy. He's just a little fella. I don't know what this song is about, and it's very confusing. I love it and hate it at the same time. Thank you. Thank you. That's the best compliment that my son could have. This is the Eldritch side of Elaine. This is what So Young, my my VTuber mascot, looks like when I become Eldritch. I think my favorite part's gonna be his little tiny comb over that he's gonna get. New VTuber model idea. I've always thought about it. I'd be some sort of like, ooh, fuck, I can't remember what they're called. Did I write it down? I think I wrote it down. In my pure ref. Ideas. Oh, I guess not. I wanted to, there was one idea where I kind of wanted to be like an ink tiger kind of motif where I'm like all inky. The other idea was I'd be like those horses in mythology that are like the ones that like live underwater and stuff. I can't remember what they're called, but they're like drowned and stuff and they're cool. Do I want it to be like that? It should be a little bit less. But I always like the Eldritch and horror and stuff, so I was like, maybe someday I'll invest into maybe an outfit or like a one-off idea where I'm spooky. I have to fix this. Boop, boop. Outline. I need his beautiful face, which I kind of want to draw it like this, and then give it this. Can I give it this? I can. My little boys coming together. Little baby boy. We gotta reverse these curves. Review. I feel like I should go here, maybe. Ow! Should I have it go the other way? Nah. I kind of like it like that. Okay. And his little nose. And this one. And then we close the curve. We're gonna have to break the curve. Break curve. Oh, I could just do it like that. Ooh. I didn't know I could just do it like that. Little nose. I might have to make his nose a little bit wider, but we'll get there. Little baby boy. Alright, now for the scary part. And by scary, I mean, what mother wouldn't love a face like this? He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I can't wait to show this to Pixels. He might ask me to get another therapy appointment. Boop, boop. I kind of want this to be like half. Yeah, I like that. Flip. He's so perfect. He's so handsome. I love him. Should I give him like a little eye highlight? Oh, little baby boy. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. How could you ever say anything mean about him? I can't wait for the teeth. Me too. I'm gonna do it last because I feel like it's a piece de resistance kind of thing, you know. I gotta do it like this. I don't know why it's different. I found a huge building I will now claim as my home. Sounds good. What is the size of this guy? What is this? 8? 8. I have worked up what happened. Okay. I have to do this with my pen because I don't think I'm going to take myself seriously enough to do this. I put a waystone I was given down forever ago and I picked it up and tried to place it in a new home. It would not work. Let me see. TP Lovely Lane to this one. Oh, shit. Oh, it's this place. I think it might be because it's a boss. So wait, put it down. It disappear. There you go. What do you want to name it? Or do you want it somewhere else? Want it like in here? Follow? Okay. Forgive me, I've been double making sure what to choose for my BCA. You're fine. I was just there, yeah. Ghost, I only have one request. Don't break the chests in here so other people can loot this place too. Ghost. I think if you shift click, you can change the name of it. Thank you. Thank you. If you shift click on it, can you change the name of it? Yes, you can. Cool. Did it not let you? I can't. Okay. Hang on. Do you want me to change the color? Do you want it to be? Actually, no. You can change the waypoint on your side. Edit waypoint. Yeah, that's a you side thing. As long as it lets you place other things, I guess. I don't know if this, like, location is maybe protected or something. Oh, no! Is it a protected place, maybe? Is that why? Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah. Can you build now? Huh. That's so weird. I even opt you. What is this from? Legendary monsters? Okay, I'll look it up. Legendary monsters can't build in... can't build on... Can't build. Okay. Legendary monsters mod... Or I guess it's can't place blocks. Can't place blocks. The wall back and forth. Have you had problems placing blocks otherwise? Okay, place blocks. Maybe it's in the legendary monsters config. I saw it said to ask you, but I don't want to assume your DMs are open for that. Do I DM to get added to the whitelist? Yeah, you can DM me, or you can put it in Lush Caves. There's a Lush Caves chat. I can place everywhere else. Okay, maybe it might be in the legendary moms. Legendary monsters. Mob settings, allow custom bars, allow custom music, allow mob settings. Chorus link settings, Ender Sense settings, spiking, ambusher, strat link, ancient guardian settings. Maybe I can check it in the config files. Options. Nope. Legendary monsters config. Mimic shulker tameable. Is it because you have to kill the thing that's here? Hold on. Mode spectator. Okay, he's not under. Is he on top? Where is he? Is he dead? Is it you? It's not you. So I'm wondering if it's because he's alive. Alright, let me look at the... You got it, compact. Whitelist. Ooh, I forgot the word to add. There you go. There was nothing for me there, and I could place blocks? Okay, so you could place blocks, but Ghost can't place blocks for some reason. Can I change game mode? Survival? Primal? Ghost, can you place blocks now? Okay, you're getting hurt. Nope. Player can't place blocks. Is the server lagging? Nope. Unfortunate. It might be a plugin issue. You just can't place blocks on World Guard. Monsters mod can't place blocks. That is what it's called, right? Legendary monsters. Yeah, here it is. Comments. Place. Build. Epic fight mod info. This legendary monster is a mod that adds 9 new challenging. Review tutorial. I can't seem to find anything. So just making sure, Fruit, you were able to place blocks, correct? In this area? Because it wouldn't make sense that it's like spawn protection because, well, spawn's over there and I made it only 2 blocks big. 16 is 0. Config editor. Let me make sure world spawn is 2. Spawn protection is just 16. Can I change it in the server? I can place blocks, yes. If you want to bring me, you can. Okay, yeah, let me, oh, okay. Let me not be in spectator. Whoops. Okay. TP fruit bat to lovely lane. Alright. Can you place a block for me? Huh! Huh! This is clownism? I don't know. Did you pick a race that doesn't let you place blocks? Oh. I'm Uman? Okay. You're on version 1.52 for the mod pack? I don't think so. I tried. Hold on. Game mode. Can you try to do game mode survival? Maybe it's the player data from last time. Maybe. Survival. Here, let me put you in creative. Maybe that'll fix it. Prime bulb. And then game mode survival prime bulb. Oh yeah, and then you put it. And then now try to place a block. Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh. Okay, it could be. I don't know if it'd be player data at this point. I'm sobbing. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me message my mod. Let me see if he can help me figure this out. Can't place blocks in a specific. Yeah. If you want to try, we can try the player data thing. Chest, please. Leave game and see if the update. See if Everything's updated? Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I can see you throwing stuff in there. That's cool. Hi, Lude. Thank you for the check-in. The battle pass. If either of you just took damage, I'm sorry. One of my... Oh. I don't think we did. Or it might have been Ghost, but... Shrug. Shrug, it happens. Well, I want to claim my little chunk. I'm gonna teleport to my chunk really quick. I want to claim my little chunk of land. What version is it supposed to be on? 1.52. I unequipped it for now. Yeah, no sweat it. Don't sweat it. I wanna do like... this. Claim selected. Yeah. Just looking, I forgot to do my data. No problem. It's on 1.52. Okay, let me delete your player data and see if that fixes it. But let me also ask my area. There's can. Okay, let me see. World player data. Which one's yours? Let's see. DED 118. DED 118. DED 118. Delete. Trash. Okay, now try joining the server and seeing if it fixes it, and I will come back to your house. Boop. Boop. Unless you bare naked. Unless you bare naked. I think you're loading in. Okay. I'm gonna mess with the dog. Mess with the dog while this is happening. It's crashing. It's gonna take a second to load in, to be fair. Never heard of them. So they won't go far. Sure to end. Because it crashed. Okay, no problem. I mean, we'll be here for a while. So no rush. I'll sing you give me a purpose. I've heard this song like a million times before, and I haven't heard this version of it before. I kind of like it. It's a little tooth. It's a good band. I think I should have done it like this. It's like the opening. Oh, these are mortifying. I'm gonna be honest, these are a bit mortifying. There you go. They did a cover of Hot to Go. Oh, did they? Oh my god, we gotta listen to it. Mother. Add to queue. I think it's game mode. All players will be able to place it as well. The other 1 second, you might have to land claim mod installed. I think them, but it didn't work, so I wiped player data and hopefully it'll work. With me, turn it with me. these teeth are mortifying. I love it. Look at her teeth. He's got such healthy teeth. Alright, let's do the other side. Oh, Gio, you can take me out to go. J-O-T-T-O, Gio, you can take me out to go. On my ceiling, it hurts my feelings. Wanna be there in a damn hot minute. Hello, Pesto. How you doing? Welcome on in. Me, 99 degrees. Running with me. Hot to go, mother, yup. Indeed. Kitty is here. Kitty is here. Hot to go. K-J-T-T-O-G-O. It's okay. Maybe you'll be lucky with your next pulls, you know? Shaking my booty right now to this band. Understandable. Understandable. I thought you meant in-game, and I was like, oh. I think Kitty senses your presence and likes you. That makes sense. I do well with animals and babies. My little baby boy. Look at him. Everybody cherish my son. Ah! Sorry. I think his mouth has like the most lines. Teeth. There's his other teeth. Teeth top. God damn, his teeth are mortifying. I love it. Wait, are you drawing with the mouse right now? Yes. I am a mouse. I have a pen tablet, but I find I have more control with my mouse. You need it? I have one. I have one. I just I like to draw with my mouse. It makes my OCD happy. Oh. Mouth. Oh. This one needs to go in the belly button. Okay, now we gotta do a side-by-side. Yes, this is true. I smacked my head into a shopping cart once. Okay, this is the side-by-side. Maybe we gotta do the little whiskers, though. I made that. Ooh, how did I make that? Did I do that in brands? I don't remember where I put that. Is that in here? No. I don't know where I made that. Social media? Is it this one? I have the square one. I don't know what happened to the rectangular one. Open. Open. Yeah, that's that. I don't know where I have that one. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know where that one is. Is it an ads? Nope. I don't. Ah, shit. I don't know where it is. 7.4. 7.4. Okay. Oh, his lip's a lot bigger in this. Oh, do I need to make this bigger then? I like it smaller. Ew, your MC model's head bobs around when you're AFK. It's so creepy. Oh, does it? It's like we're sleeping. Oh, I guess I can't tell now because I'm here, but let me know if you can place blocks now. Yippee! Alright, cool. Alright, let me know if anything else happens. I will be right here. Look at all the torches. Yippee! Hi, Tricky. Alright. I'm like deciding whether I want to give him like the inner mouth color or not. I kind of want to do 2 versions of the mouth. This is the hair. Eyes. Yeah, apparently the head bobbles when you go AFK, because it does say when you AFK now. I think. Or it did. Look, he looks so sweet and so kind. Future. In the future. Okay, I think he has to keep this one. I just need to adjust this a little bit so it connects in there. And I want a little tooth hanging out. He's a little baby. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. And then he smiles. See, he's just a happy little guy. And then he opens his fucking mouth, dude. I want to make him a little bit fatter. Hold on. Oh my god. You gotta get your little belly to come out a little bit more, buddy. There we go. I love him. I love this little dude. Alright, I want to see what it looks like if I give his mouth, the color. And then I might just go play some Minecraft if I have to. Like, he looks like such a little, sweet little guy when you don't give him teeth. It's so crazy how, like, a small detail, like teeth, in my opinion, small subjective, but in my opinion, small, makes him look so different. baby. Baby. What the fuck? There's belly buttons in it. Isn't there a belly button? Go in the belly button. Oh wait, why did I do it like this? I could have done it like this. Normal. Oh dang, origins, yep. You can just be human if you want though. You don't have to be a special race. Follow me. From day to night. Oh. Oh. What have I done? What? What happened to his little... Oh, his lines went missing. Hold on. There you go. Inner mouth. Oh, not making it lighter. Got it. We do not make it lighter. What if I made his teeth a different color? Is that a little too real? I feel like the pearly whites add a little something to it, you know? I can't tell which one I'm clicking. This is the only downside of this program, is you can't tell what you're clicking. This one should be on top. This one. Open the door! Open the door! Well, come on in. How are you guys doing? I'm just being a goofy goober and making Mikane's rendition of Smile Dog into something real. How's it going? How was your stream, my love? I hope you had a good time. What you were doing? What were you doing? Oh, you were also doing art? What were you doing? Were you, first of all, happy early birthday. Or birthday? I'm sorry, I don't know if it's early or not technically yet. But if you guys don't know, Vika was doing a donathon to celebrate their birthday this month. So check them out if you haven't. We love them very, very much. And if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so, because I know you got quite overwhelmed yesterday, wink. But if you want to hang out, feel free to. I'm just making cursed abominations because... why not? I guess? I'm trying to find... this part, this tooth. I love you, bitch. Never stop loving you, bitch. Fuck yeah. Love you, Vika. Thank you so much for the raid. But yes, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy me making this guy. He's my son. I don't know what to name him yet. And I'm falling asleep at my desk. Oh, Bunby, then go get rest. Please, 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 go get rest. Do not feel as though you have to stay here. Feel free to get rest. Go rest your little eyeballs. Maybe our son here is luring you to the eep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What if I need to eat your pretty face? You can have it. You can have it. I will gladly offer it to you. You have it. Mwah. Eat my face. Just tell my son and my daughter that I love them. My sons and my daughters. I've birthed many a things in this lifetime. I love him. He's great. This kid, he's great. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think he's a great little guy. I don't think we need this anymore. Or this one anymore. Well, we do need this, but we don't need the teeth. We don't need the inner mouth or this or this. I shall play games on my Switch till I pass out while watching your stream. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. You want mother my line? What? What? You want what? Mom's what? Mom's the name? Oh yes, I forgot about this. This needs to go in here. This is... What have I done? I am very confused. This has the outlines? It does. I don't need this. What am I doing? I'm so confused. I have done myself silly. Bonk. Okay. What is happening? Was saying, do you want to mother my line? I'll give you... Oh, shit! I mean, if it's you, I don't mind. We'd make cute-ass babies, in my opinion. That's my opinion, but that's what I think. Bro, I'm gonna go nuts. I don't know where this line is coming from. Oh, it's in the belly button. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hope they look like you. I hope they're as strong as you, Vika. Because I adore you and your strength as a person. Because you're a wonderful person to me. I'm going to change this one to be like this. Gotta breed the besties. Let's go! Fuck yeah. I'm honored. Look at my son. Vika, if this is what our son looked like, would you still like me? Stop, I don't need emotions. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, you goober. I'll be here to cuddle you with all the emotions. Oh, God. Okay, let me just make it gray. Because I don't know what color. I think he just should be gray. I feel like if this was the actual thing, it's like he should just be gray. Oop. Suddenly I need milk and say, ah, damn. Okay, Micah. Look, wait, baby, he's a little baby. He's a little baby. And look, he washed his teeth so good. He washes his teeth so good. He's just a little guy. Got a rated dip. That ain't my kid. Have a great day, Lane. Chat will adopt your son. Sounds great. I love you, Micah. Have a wonderful night. Thank you again for the raid. We love you. Mwah. Mwah. Chat, look, he can talk now. Isn't he beautiful? He's so beautiful. I love him. Join curves. No, no, pixels. You have to adopt them now. Make the background a different color now. Oh, on the wrong one. See? He's just a little guy. I don't know why you guys are being so mean to him. He's just a little guy. Like, he's beautiful. I don't know why you would have anything bad to say about him. Compared to his cousin, I mean, I think he looks pretty damn cute. You can tell that they're related though. That it's in the teeth. Give him a giant knife, bet. Path brush tool. Oh, okay. I'll put it on this side. Boop. It's in the teeth, it is. And then oop. Oop. He's just a little boy. Oh boy will knife. Oh little boy will knife. Ain't nothing wrong with him. You gotta look at him and tell me that he's not a good little boy. Gotta look at me and tell me. This is the color. Perfect, thank you. I want his outline to be a little bit lighter. Oh god. Why did I do that? Boop. He's a little baby. I love this maybe a bit more than I should, but you know. You should love your kids. You should really, honestly, you should love your kids. Like, if you don't love your kids, like, what kind of parent even are you? Should I give him a little, like, blush? I feel like he needs a little blush. A little... Put it in the color. Oops. It's just a little baby. See, he's just a little baby. He's just a little baby. You're gonna tell me you're gonna look at this and you're gonna tell me you don't want to adopt him. Look at this little guy came up to your door. He's like, "Hello, I would like a sandwich. Sandwich." Like, what was that little guy? Sandwich. And then he's like, okay, here's your sandwich. And then he smiles all big at you. I think he's just a little guy. I don't know why I made this, but he's gonna go on my stream now. Oh. Documents, there it is. I'm just gonna call him Son. Yes. Very cool, very cool.
So I will have a job.
Pog.
And I will get paid actual money.
Pog. So this means you'll pay child support for Son? Come on, he's just happy that you gave him a peanut butter jelly sandwich. And he's bringing you a knife so you can cut it for him.
Is that blood I see?
No! He's just got a little blush on his cheek. He's just a little guy.
Show he my son.
Yeah. The only other father could be the Nightmare Realm.
Well, I think we might want to look into that.
First, Vika gets some cigarettes and milk, and now you're questioning a paternity test. There's nothing wrong with him. I woke my cat up, and she's like, "What the fuck, guys?" He's perfect. Okay, now I can play Minecraft. What is this? Rotten tripe? It's gross. What's up?
I will accept him as my son if I can have help with one thing.
Yeah.
My brain's out of ideas on how to make this little graphic thing. If I could use your input.
The one. Just use the one that I made.
I'll show you what I was trying to do, and you can tell me if it was a bad idea.
Okay. I'll put my shaders back on. What? That looks good. Just make the glow around the words not so much. Yeah, the dark glow around the word free miniature. Just make it not so much. Oh, it's dark out. Do we have... Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger. That bothers me. It's not really a square. Okay, there we go. I need... Ooh, wait. Okay, apple. Okay, good. Give me this. I have to, like... How do I open it again? I click place when it's open. Oh. Oh. I got pretty fast better. Hi, also! There's a big, stinky, smelly frost dragon in my base. By my base. You wanted dragon eggs. The rat has fled in fear at the sight of the clown. That's good. You should have told me. Okay, I found a sheep, but it has no face. But I need iron. I don't want to kill it. No, the radius, hon. Rescheduled. It's been a little. Every time I pick up is covering the center of my screen. Time I pick. Yep. Every time I pick crafting. I can't see. What? Every time I pick up is covering the center of my screen. Press I. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Content. I made you your favorite. Oh, why did I have it to start at nighttime, guys? Well, I guess mobs won't spawn here, so it'll be fine. Big mouse, thank you. I'm so excited. I just kind of went into it. Okay. I need to make a crafting table. Boop. Boop, boop. I need to make wood. Shovel. Oops. Axe. Bushcraft? What the fuck? What is that achievement? What? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's not a normal one. Boop, 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 boop. I wish I could shear sheep without killing them. Like, with, like, a shear sheep in a different way, you know? Crafting? Main crafting? It is. We are main crafting. Feel kind of bubkiss because the torch. Good news, I defused an explosive trap near spawn with my face. Good job. Very good job. Do you need iron shears? Do you need iron for shears, Elaine? Yes. I can come get some. Do you have some? Oh, actually, I could come. I guess I could come loot. I could go loot. Hold on, I could go loot the chests over there. Let me drop my stuff off. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I'm coming. Yeah, come loot my home. Yeah, I'm coming to loot your home. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let me loot your house. Let me loot your house. It's like hanging out at a richer person's house, and they're like, yeah, have whatever you want. Do you know what these are? Oh, what is? Ow. Oh, these are soul boxes. They like have souls in them. I don't know what you do with them, but you can open them and then they let souls out, but they don't really do anything else that I'm aware of. It just kind of lets a soul out. Cute. Oh, I got diamonds. There's just up here. Oh, there's just like, oh, they're barrels. Whoa! Emerald. Emerald's my favorite. Oh, this one was stacked. What's this? Boop. Ooh. Oh, shit. Let's go. I wonder if I can make those iron chest plates into just iron. Oh, I have a name tag for if I get a pet now. There's a bunch of chests downstairs too. Valid. Ember heart shard. I'll keep my seeds. I'll keep the seeds. This is cracked. Gunpowder. Oh, I should have brought a backpack. I'm gonna wear this. Right click to imbue with fire spell. Just wear it. Can I wear it? Okay, there you go. Okay, I guess I'll put these on too. There you go. I'm gonna throw that away. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the Etheria stuff, isn't it? It is. Yes. Ooh. Ow. I don't have enough room. Oh, that one's gonna be gray now. Alright. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some normal water. Stone. I need this wood to make more chest. Boop, boop. Soon I will be able to make a bed. I feel bad that that sheep didn't have a face, though. Let's put this all in here. We'll go loot. Ancient gateway. Goddamn, Tricky. Tricky found the ancient gateway already. That's cool. Alright, let's go this way. Good job blocking that hole. Smart idea. What is this? What is this? Nixite. Boop. I found a knife and a slappy hand. Cool. Diamond pickaxe, let's go. A diamond knife. There's also a campsite outside. Valid. I don't think I need seeds anymore because now I have seeds at home. Oh, I need flax seeds. Dripstone. Gunpowder. I don't often use gunpowder. Oh man, there's more chests over there. How am I supposed to carry all of this? Let me switch some out. So I can throw... Nope, I want the flax seeds. I don't want the dripstone. Life is good. I'm glad. Bread. I don't want to throw the bread away. I don't want to deal with the blood. Oh wait, let me... Okay. There's just one more chest? There's 3 chests here. Okay, I'll go back. I will go back. It's actually quite nice that there's the looting spot there. And like others around as well, but... I don't have enough. I don't have enough wood. Okay, let me get more wood. Maple log. I get some normal oak just in case. This is also maple. Alright, fuck it. We'll find out. We'll fuck around and find out with maple. I don't know if it'll make a chest though. Hopefully it will. Oh. Boop. Oh, it doesn't. Fuck. Okay. It's nice looking wood though. Maple log. I may have fucked up. I don't know if there's any oak here. Is there any of these oak? Maple? 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 Uh-oh. Maple, uh-oh. Are you oak? Dark oak. Ooh! I got oak saplings. It's okay. I found oak. It's okay. I found a tree. I've been deforesting. That's valid. Yeah, in case you don't want to wait, like, the however many seconds it takes to chop down a tree, we do have ultimine. Or spruce, not dark oak. I have dark oak. This one's dark oak. I don't know what I want to build with yet, though. Oh, I've realized my, like, sounds are, like, super low. Also, you can't hear the sounds because I don't have them on. Yeah, there is any general areas really hard to just make homes, whatever. I have marked old spawn my house on the map. It's a claimed chunk, but wherever. There's a fly here. Gross. Oh, my character's hungry. I will say, I think it's subtle effects, the thing that, like, makes it so that, like, when you're hungry, it makes a noise. It's weird. It's a little weird. Hello, sir. Okay. I hate the hungry noise. I think you can turn it off. You probably turn it off. By the way, we can't use the waystone near spawn, even if it's out of the spawn area. Yeah, it's claimed. Oh, right. Hold on. I forgot. Yeah, let me... Hold on. Open. Oh, no, it's in the controls. Let me turn that off. I just wanted to show it. I don't actually need it to do anything. Category. Open. Parties and claims menu.
It's fine. We'll find out. You have a little toast. I will find out more specific information in the near future. But I think you and me will have at least probably like part-time for you.
Oh.
But me have a job for like the next 18 months.
Oh, okay. If you, hold right click and select an area, it lets you claim an area. Yeah, if you press M and then you hold right click, it'll highlight an area in red and then you can change it. I wish I could change my color. But that's awesome. Just let me know if you guys ever need anything. Okay, sounds good. Now I have to walk home. Wait, why do you have to walk home? I turned it off. Wait, try it. Wait, don't walk home. Try it. Thank you. Thank you for the wood. Holy shit, that's a lot of wood. I can't use. Try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. Okay, hold on. What is the thing? Player config, my player config, share position with party, claim chunk protection off. Protect from ally parties. I just want it to show. I don't actually want it to do shit, you know? Back. Default player config. Claim player chunk. Off. I have to be in creative mode to use global waystone is what it's saying? Oh. What? There you go. Still not work? Yeah, edit to become, I'm gonna use it. It's still not working. Okay, wait, hold on. If I unclaim this chunk, hold on. Can you use it now? Okay, then it might be spawn protection, and if that's the case, I'll turn that off and then restart the server later. Just TP prime bulb. There you go. I don't trust myself cooking because I somehow burnt my mac and cheese the other day. You have a sandwich? Of course, Ghost. Okay. I think this was my square. Wait. Okay. Claim selected? Yeah. It's a square now. How do I make it a square? I don't know how I made it a square. Let me change the config settings. I'm out of bread. Damn it! Cereal. Or, you could do a little charcuterie board, a little tomato, a little pepperoni, a little this, a little that. Let me turn spawn protection off. Because it's pissing me off. Spawn protection off. Save only. Okay, that'll fix later. No, it's raining. Fuck. No. I have a bunch of wood I can make stuff with. Boop, boop, boop. No, not the rain. I like the rain. It's just, it's hard in Minecraft because I think it's really pretty when it's not raining. Oh my god, what happened, ghosts? My muffins. My muffins. Oh, I need to share that sheet so That way I can get more wool later. Why can't I place doors? I don't know. Did you give it the right area? Depending on the door, it might need the thing. I'm sorry, sheep. You look very, very spooky. Is there any other sheep around here? Is it like a normal door, Ghost, or is it like a special door? Special door from special mod might need the 2x2 thing. Need more sheep. Why are there no more sheep? It's a normal door. Is it because of how I did this? Oh, this is player conversation. When enabled, claim chunk protection includes basic protection against players breaking or otherwise interacting. Every point is off. I don't know, Ghost. I'm sorry. I'm gonna place everything else. Here, I'm coming. I'm coming. TP. Me to you. Okay. Let me get the door. Ooh. Door. You're not allowed to interact with this block. It might work if you have an empty hand. What? 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 Can you place it? So can you place it here? You're not allowed to interact with this block. What the fuck? Can't place doors. Trying to make sure it's the one facing. Can't place doors. Minecraft. What? You're not allowed to interact with this block. You're not allowed to interact with this block. World Guard. Yes, it's essential. Remove essential anti-build to give your group permission. Essential spell. You're welcome. Thanks, Ike's. What? What? You can pick and put it. If you can't, Elaine, come look at me in spectator mode. If you, okay, coming. I'll be right back, Ghost. TP, lovely, Elaine, too tricky. Huh? Oh, you're just in a tree. Oh, interesting. Boop. Put it in the lush cave. Boop. Just in a tree. I mean, it could be worse. You could have spawned in the tree. To be fair. Do you need help? There you go. TP, lovely, Elaine, to Bribble. Okay. Can you place the door yet? You place the door? Does it give you an error? Handles problem. I'm not allowed. No response. It's probably because of a plugin that makes private. The way I solved it was going to the following file. Set claims chunk protections off. Okay. def.05. I might have to restart the server. Because honestly, this is like really annoying that it's doing this. Because I just wanted it to show and not actually do anything. World server config. Oh, wait, no, it would just be in the config folder. And then we waiting what you find. Zero's world map. Oh, it's open parties and games. LMNO. Where is it? LMNO. Open? What? Where are you? Oh, server config. Oh, okay. Oh, bunny feel. Okay, now we gotta do this. Protected claim chunks. False. False. Okay. Claims. Expired claims. False. You're soon away. False. Okay, that's not it. Open parties and claims wilderness. Is false. Safe. Okay. I'm gonna restart the server. Fixes our problems. Okay. Trying to see if Tricky will say anything before we get off. Or get off. It's, would've had to fix for spawn anyway. Okay. Disconnect. Save, and then let me make sure that... Rate limit, spawn protection 0. Save and restart. Okie dokie. Now that should... Oh, my soul. Just want to make sure that fixes it at the very least. It's really cool to see it run with so many people though and it not lag though. With the amount of mods that we have, it's really nice. And I haven't even needed to put on the mob limiter stuff, so mobs can just spawn and despawn whenever. Which is awesome. Oh, I didn't ask Vex if they did Food Guesser. I have the worst luck with your servers. Seemingly, but I think it's okay because like the debugging needed to happen eventually. Cause like if this happens to someone else, then like maybe they're a bit more pissy about it if they don't know the answer to it. So it just kind of saves me headache later that it's someone that's actually nice about it. So shrug. Honestly, I just wanted the FTB or the open parties and claims just so that way people could see where people want to build and not like build on top of each other. They want to be like neighbors and stuff. So that was mostly that. I'm so pretty. How dare you? No! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just a little goober. I want you to hurry up. I'm gonna wait a few seconds for the server to be done. Oh, I gotta update that. So it's fine. Yeah, okay, we're good now. Let me add this to the all the wood we've got installed. Oh, bark all bite, a mod that adds vanilla stock dials and other canine related features. That's cool. Do you have any break games we can play? No, because New York Times is New York Times still holding it? It's not. Okay, we can play it again. Wait, no, it said subscribe, didn't it? Okay, never mind. That's so upsetting that the crossword and the mini crossword is behind a paywall now. Makes me sad. Oh, I don't know who these people are, but they look cool. Let's see who's our streaming. Very cool, very cool, very cool. The bed. Just wait to show me the work in all its little intricacies. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I think we're good. We'll play some Tetris while we wait. Tetris. Oh, nope, that's not good. Wait, don't I have it in my break games? I don't? What the fuck? Good old Tetris. Okay. This needs to go in my break games. Other bookmarks, break game, save. Oh god, I started one that was already, okay. That's fine. Ooh. Ooh. Who knew a game about breaking blocks could be so satisfying? Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. On start line. Is 10 the max? 10 is the max. That's fine. Boop. Boop. I heard the game. Okay. Alright. Motherfucker! Why? Can you place a door? Can... Okay. It doesn't matter then. I think it's because you claimed it and you have claim protection on that I can't place things, which is totally fine. I really don't care. But I can't have chest. But that's okay. That's okay. It's aesthetic. Oh. Ghost, I can't use your waystone. If you open your parties and claim menu, which you might have to make a keybind for, if you go into controls and open parties and claims menu, if you open it, actually it doesn't matter. I knew that door had a lock on it, but everyone tried to make me think I was losing my mind. My mind. Teleport. I can just do this. I want to change the color of mine. Player, my player. How do I change the color? Can I change the color? Claimed area, open parties, and claims. When you go to the inventory, there should... Because it's team color? Oh, I forgot. What is the... I think it's this thing? Oops. This is not the same thing. I'm super late, but it will work. Oh, so I can just change it to this? So if it was like this. Oh, now it's like red. Whoa. Sorry, there's a lot of scuff, Pookie. Hope, but you're doing so well. Thank you. Thank you. We're figuring it out. I wonder... Default player config off. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, because if someone's like Waystone, like I'm presuming like this one, you can't use it because it's the player's config stuff. That's up to the player. So, meh. Okay. What's the hex code for my favorite colors? What's the hex code for this? This. Boop. That's a very dull blue. Like, you can barely see that, but I think that's okay. Okay, now I can play. Yay! Okay. I need the food. I have my muffins. Whoa. What the fuck? It gives you night vision? What the fuck do you mean blueberries give you night vision? I feel like carrots should give you night vision because they're like supposed to be like good for your eyes and stuff. Are maple logs? You're no longer off from automanity, huh? Got a lot of useless wood over here. Unless, is there multiple maple logs because of this now? Regions unexplored. I think so. There's one from Blue Skies. Well, Blue Skies is its own the dimension, so I guess that makes sense. I'm trying to show I play. What should I watch? This is completely different. Sidetracking. Carrots being good for your eyes was made up with. Damn, that's a fun fact. I'll tell. I want to be a goblin again. I'll make a video about. SpongeBob. Do you like SpongeBob or Adventure Time? Ghost on Thursday. I'm playing Dispatch for the first time. I've seen some clips about it, but I don't really know what it's about. So I can stop carrying all the books. Did not get the Akashic Tome compact. Did you not get the Akashic? Did you? Oh, do you guys spawn with all the other ones? 2. One is the welcome. One is Akashic. Let's start. Wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob or Adventure Time, so I don't like them much. Okay, that's valid. You could watch Drivers, Dine-Ins, and Dives. Or My Strange Addiction if you want a trash TV show. I low-key want to get that game. Well, you can watch me play it, and then in the beginning, and if you like it, how I played it in the beginning, you can get it yourself. The British used it to propaganda to try and either hide their radar as well as just convince people to farm their own food in World War II. Huh. Right, yeah, the welcome one, and you should definitely keep the, along with the cautious. Yes, you should keep the welcome one. It has the rules, so if you break the rules, banned. And be like, but Elaine, why banned? And I'll be like, well, you had the book. You should have known. And you're like, what book? I'm like, big shrug. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, is this like a yes? Wait, I need all this dirt. I need the dirt. Dark mage, don't take my dirt. Oh no. Oh no. What? Is this a person? Oh, this is Compact. You're a little fairy. Ouch! Understandable. Oh, I need to go find that sheep again. Sheepy, sheepy, did you make more woolly woolly? Ah! Ow. Sheepy. Sheep. Sheep, 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 sheep. There's a sheep over here. Yes, hello. I'm sorry that you are very broken. No! I sheared the sheep right as the thing. Oh, man. Are there no other sheep on the map? Timberwolf, Starbuncle, Carpenter Beast. It's the only sheep. Ooh. Cherry's house isn't far either. I'm gonna make a ghost at a waypoint. Not sure about those, but I did find one in the village. Lane, if you TP to me, I can give you a bed. Okay. I'm coming. I'm coming. Ghost home. Okay, I lurk and hopefully make ramen and hopefully don't burn it. You got this. You got this. Oh, wait. You died. I forgot. Okay. Alright. TP. That's a creepy... That's my son! It's my son! It's my son! His name is Son! Hello. Is there beds here? Little I'm Goblin. Blue bed. Thank you. Thank you, give her a bed. Well, this is a frog village. Where's home from here? Here's my son. Oh, damn, you went exploring. Okay, I see. I will run home. My sword equipped. I didn't go explain. This was my last spawn. Oh, rip. Oh, game rules. Player sleeping percentage needs to be 50. Okay. I wanted to pop out of lurking and say I hope you're having... Aw, thank you, Metal Gear Panda. That means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm doing pretty good. I was pretty productive. Got my work done. Did an art trade. And, got the Minecraft server to work. So I'm pretty good. Pretty fucking good. Oh, I forgot that, like, it takes time to gain the air bubbles back. Am I too short to stand in 1 block of water? I am. That means I'm shorter than a block? Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the head pats. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. And that you're all, you know, doing good. And if you need a friend, you always got me. Just take some of these mushrooms. I didn't grow wheat. And literally anything else. What's this? Hops? I want some hops. Give me some hops. Give me some of those hops. Oh, that's a fat bee. Fat little carpenter bee. Hello, Mr. Timberwolf. Please don't eat me. Okay, good. Just gotta swim. I miss my floaty kiddie pool boat that Fruitbat got me in the last server. It was so cute. I'm sure we'll find another one or get another one at some point though. That's a whole ass cave. A whole ass cave in my house. I had one. I'm sorry. It's okay. Wait, I don't want to put my bed down here. I want to put my bed up here. I live up here. Okay, I want it to be like 3. 1, 2, 3. So I'll put my bed here. Or maybe 4. I feel like 4 might be better. 1, 2, 3. 1, what? 1, 2, 3. What? This is 3? Oh, I was already considering. Okay. It's nighttime. Oh shit, half of the players is 3? 6? I guess it rounds up. I'm back. Welcome back, Pasta. Oh shit, now there is 6. Oh, wait. My stock. Welcome. Welcome to my home. I hope you like it here. Hopefully Buster can use the waystone. And I actually don't know if they can, but we'll find out very shortly. Boop, boop. Seeds. Oh, I need to plant stuff. I'll go plant stuff down here. I need 2. Well, luckily Ghost gave me more wood, so I'm bumping. Oh, I need to organize my chests. Boop. Overseer Carl. I think he spawned and then despawned because I have this thing. Seed chest. I don't know what I want to plant yet. So maybe I don't want to be a basic bitch and plant. Well, no, I should plant wheat anyway because I'll have to feed animals eventually. Sky slime seeds. Fine alone. Oh dang, you're a fairy too. Little tiny babies. Little tiny babies. Okay, I have 1 wheat seed. Barley, green bean, onions, corn. Corn's pretty good. I have onions, cabbages, beetroots, pumpkins, tomatoes. Let's make a little bit of tomato, a little bit of corn, and a little bit of wheat. That'll be our food for the next little bit. There we go. Wheat. Boop. Pug. Yahoo! I have to break these maple trees and use them for something. I mean, they're nice brown. They might make good, like wall structure supports or accents to the walls. Oh, I never picked a barn that I wanted to make. Also, I should go down a little bit so that way I have more space to make my farm. Yeah, because that's where I'm gonna have that. Yeah. Give me the pumpkins. What can you make with pumpkins? Pumpkin. Covers. Find storage covers. Interesting. I should do the F3H thing. There you go. So I don't want to see all those tags. What can I make with some pumpkin? I can make a large pumpkin. I can make a pumpkin bookshelf. Pumpkin soup. I don't have stuff for pumpkin soup. Damn. Pumpkin. Is there anything I can just make with pumpkin? What the fuck is this? A horseman's blade? I could make that right now. That looks kind of cool. I don't really have stuff to, like, fix it. Ginger dye. What the fuck? Soup. Pumpkin slice? What can you make with pumpkin slices? Pumpkin slice and dough. Pumpkin slices make pumpkin. Pumpkin slices can make seeds. Okay, so pumpkins really aren't gonna be that great unless I can make pumpkin soup. Oh, I thought you could... I guess that makes more sense. You can do it with an axe. Boop. Pumpkin. Might be a turkey around here, which would be awesome. Where's... Okay, so I gotta go... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna carve out this little area. So, widow wife, I'm a goblin. I could have sworn goblins were a block and a half before. But now they're apparently, like, less than a block. And I don't know how to feel about it. Honestly, What? How do you remember this? Okay, apparently it's always been one block tall from Pixels' recollection. But I don't know, I feel like he's short stacking me a little here, but you know, my memory against his. His is a bit better than mine. So he could be right. Very dark. That's okay. Ow. Oh, I should fill this in. Goodbye, nickel ore. Jesus!
Sorry.
I'm being a little goblin world. My defenses are down. I have a magnum torch because chat was complaining before that the spawn should be safe. So my guard was down, so how could you do this to me? I thought I shifted. Like if I crouched. Oh. I thought I crouched and then I walked in. I thought I was a little bit taller.
No.
Was there a race where I was a little bit taller? I could...
There might have been, like, a different Origins goblin.
Yeah, because I think there's, like, the other one that adds, like, there's, like, over 150 races, and I think that has a goblin in it as well.
I think there was one pack where we had to go with the goblin. But, no, one that you mostly played, you always been, like, 3 block tall.
Thought you were a goblin? Yeah, I'm a thought goblin. Wait, are you just saying that I am a goblin star? That's a little fair, but also, you know. Hello, Norman. It's quite nice. I did a thing so we could have lanterns. Talent, charm, hands, necklace, bracelet, bundle, bracelet, spell focus. There was a thing where you could equip a lantern. I think it's called Curious. No, I mean last game I thought you said you were a goblin. I was. Yeah, I was. And I was also less than a block tall. But like, I've played like with the Origins mod for a long time. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. This mod adds hip curio slot that allows both lantern and soul lanterns to be placed in it. What was I thinking? But like I thought a few years ago when I made the first mod pack, I thought that I was taller, but I'm probably wrong. Which is fine. It's fine. Doesn't really matter to me. Trying to get in the game, but I kept forgetting not to click anything. Valid. Honestly, I do that 50% of the time. I do that as well. I'll just be like, oh, haha, I'm gonna play now. Click. Oh, fuck. Oh, I need that. I need this. Need this coal. Ooh, I think I got iron from Ghost's house so I could make that lantern. This map makes it look like there's a huge cavern inside this mountain. And if there is, that would be actually fucking awesome. Would I be smacked if I told you I was having more scuff? No. What's going on? What's happening? What's happening, Pookie? Oh, I blocked myself in here. You would never get smacked. In fact, I would say thank you because I need to know when scuff happens so I can fix it. I can't open my backpack, and I placed it down, but it disappeared. Okay, let me get over there with a backpack. And then let me look at the server. It had all my plushies. I can give you them again. Let me look at the log. Oh, now the server's being laggy. It could have been lag. Got the home screen, click something and I had regretted it. Valid. It could have been lag. It very much could have been lag. But let me come give you another backpack. Let me give you another backpack and let me get you some plushes. You had, I remember, you had this guy. You had the Hollow Knight one. There's a Hollow Knight one. You had a sheep too. I traded gems for Henry Stickman. Here, you can have Henry Stickman too. No, maybe he'll want 2 of them. Oh, and here's the Hollow Knight one. Here you go. To open your backpack, you might need to check your keybinds. I don't know if you checked your keybinds, but that could have been the problem. Yeah, of course. I don't know what happened. It's maybe server lag. I don't really know. Oh, this one opens. Maybe the one I gave you was broken. Oh, right. I have to teleport back. Ooh. Whoa, what the fuck? Hold on. I want to come see what Compact is doing. Teleporter. Compact, what is this? Oh, this is like a hole. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, okay. What the fuck? Huh. The map is just being weird about it. Hello? Map? Okay. Weird. Oh, it was being weird because of there's a sky island above Compact's house. Okay. Got it. Okay. Give new item. Holy shit, me. What would you like? I can work on it right now. I saved. You did. I'm very proud of you. What would you like? Skyline, it is Compact's house? Whoa, that's even better. At least once I build a house on it. I mean, fair game. What would you like, my wife? I haven't had someone use that in a long time. She-shell? You want a she-shell? I got you. I'll make one right now. Okay. What are the... Is there any... I forgot. So no one's really gotten that one in a while. I would create a custom 3D model. I will create a custom 3D model viewers can throw. Will be low poly. Oh, that you can't... I don't have tits. I don't use tits anymore. At least not as much as I used to. But I can still make it for you, and you can have the files. So that way, if you want to use it, and you want tits, the Twitch integrated throwing system, you can have it too. I should change that so it doesn't say that you can throw it at me. Because I don't do the throwing the things, because it overwhelms me a little bit. The model will go in my background scene. I will create a custom 3D model that will go in the background scene. If you'd like, I can also give you the model itself. For whatever. Will be low poly. Okay, now. I remember Rhino did one of those where he was like, let me look up one. Seashell, because I need a reference. I just heard an explosion in the distance. I do plan on using tits when I have a model. Valid, 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 valid. I'm excited to see it. Actually, let me make yours. Let me just make yours. Image plane, import image. Work file, stream. Art of... Oh, nope, not of friends. Mew. Does your new one have it? It does. Okay, cool. I'll use the new one. Swoop. I need this off. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wanna do it like this, okay. And then remove these sides. What? Do this, and then remove this. There we go. And then, boop. There we go. And then I want this to come down a little bit. And then I want this to come back up. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Reset. And then... Boop. Alright, and then... Let me just... Was it just this one? I'm gonna die. Smelled like that was a lie. Actually, let me just move this. Actually, it's fine. I can guesstimate. I'm smart. Let me just make half of this. I'll probably be fine. Oh, you know what'd be cool? If I made the inside iridescent. I think that would be cool. Like, you know how like the inside of seashells? Seashell inside. What's a good example? Like this? I don't know what it's called. Like abalone shells? Abalone shells? They have this like iridescentness on the inside. I can probably do that. It's like pearly. Yeah. It's got that pearlescent. Yeah, I could do that. Stop. Okay. And this one. Oops. Come back. Protects this one. This one. This one. And this one. Yeah, I like that. And this one needs to come back in. Okay. Boop, boop. Alright, now let's go back to this. Oops. Alright, and then I want to smooth it out of it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I didn't put one here. I guess that kind of makes sense why I didn't put one there, but I'll just smooth the middle bit. And then the tip. Reset. Okay, and then this was a little bit high in my opinion. How do I want to do this? Soft selection, surface volume. I guess I could do it by hand technically if I wanted to be more anal about it, which I do. Like this. And then actually a way I really like modeling recently is in smooth. So I want to try doing that. This one, this one, this one. Actually, wouldn't it just be like this? I think it should be... How do shells work? Yeah, okay, it does work that way, okay. So it's like this. Or this. And then this upper part comes out more. I think I like that. And then this part comes out. Then these two will come out. There we go. Quite like that. And then probably don't need to make it too fancy, but I'd like it to be fancy nonetheless. Let's bring this out a little bit more. And this part come... looking good, thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna redo this. Can we do it like this? Interesting. Okay, I think. Let's. There we go. I like that more. And then I'm just gonna add these because I can. I know I said it was gonna be low poly. That doesn't mean we can't give it a little bit more love and care. It's gonna have to stay in this mode for the reasons of tits. Reset. Dude, this scared the shit out of me for a second. I don't like the way that okay. There we go. Yeah, I like that more. Best friend, and I love you. And I know you. Oh my god. Yeah, I like that. I think that's fine. I think I have the worst. It's a line first. I remember when Miu and I first met, and I made them into a repo bot. So technically, we both have custom modded repo bots. And I didn't realize when making, because I think I made the she shell on that one too. I don't think I realized that like she shells like kind of come in at this point. Buttons put in the order. I think it's cool how it like comes in like this. You did. You made my crown. Very cool. I don't know how I had the brain cells to do that when I did, but I'm happy that I was able to make something. I will say with how much repo popped off, and I think this was another reason why I don't tend to do like trendy commissions anymore, is like even though like making that was super easy and I had a lot of fun with it, I took no commissions from it, or I got no commissions from it. I find that interesting because I feel like a lot of VTubers would want that, but shrug? Question mark? I don't know. You are cool. You're cool. Spider collapses when there's a spider. Cool. Alright, other people would want that. Yeah, same. Maybe it was too... I don't want to say it was too late into the wave. I feel like people still played quite a bit of repo when that happened. But maybe not. I bet if I did it for repo though, it would be bad. But I don't know if the mod developer for that one allows custom. And people still play, yeah. Maybe it was just more expensive than people were willing to pay for it, which is, I could see that being the actual reason. I like that. That looks nice. Okay. Mirror. And then... Boop. Boop. There we go. And then we'll take these guys. Oh, I don't like the flow of that right there. I'll fix that. Just want this to be hardened. There we go. I think this needs to come out a bit more though. Ooh, cute. I quite like how this is starting out. Yeah, there we go. And then I want to extrude it. And then I will... See, do I want to bevel it? I feel like beveling would look better. Bevel it. I don't know how far we can bevel it, though. I feel like I want to make that bigger. Like if I did it like that. Oh, I see. It's because of that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, what about this guy? Can I smooth him out? I can! Yay! Okay, cool. He's going to London. To edge perimeter smooth. There we go. Why are you mad? You are mad for no reason. Let me remove... Actually, I'll just do it this way. And then remove you. Actually, maybe keep it. I just don't like how... Ooh. I don't like how this does that. That's better. So we did this one, then this one. There we go. And then I need to smooth this guy and this guy. Very cute. And then I don't remember if you can have a flat object in tits. So I'm just going to do this. Oops. What? Inwards? I gotta go outwards would be better. And then I kind of want to do this. I have no clue. Yeah, that's okay. Just to be safe, I'll do it anyway. So I'd feel bad if you, like, put it in the program when you got it and you're like, oh, like, this doesn't work. And I'll be like, okay. Was it because of this? Are you not? Going to London. Let me turn off the grid. And then... Beep. Swoop. Swoop. Boop. Boop. kind of need this whole part. Oops. Where's the 4, please? Thank you. Swoop. And then this. And then we take this and we make it rounded. And then I'll bring this in here. And then I'm gonna try to bevel it if it wants to be beveled. Boop. Yay, it does. Cool. One more. And then smooth it out. It's okay. It could be better though. Boop. And that looks better. To edge perimeter, smooth. Is that how you wanna? Is how you? Okay. Feel. You guys should come in a bit more. Yeah, there we go. And then. Boop, boop. Boop. Boop, boop. Oop, no. This way. And then this. I'd rather there just be a circle if possible. Thank you for the head pass, Miyu. Oh, actually, that's fine. Okay, cool. Oh, you look weird. Don't do that. Okay, that's fine then. Whoa, a Tweety model, yes. I'm sorry, is there a thing happening in the server? Should I be looking at it right now? I'm sorry. I kind of got excited when Miyu redeemed this because I haven't had one of these in a while. Thickness. Boop. Oh, not that one. This one. Oop. Oh my goodness. Okay. There you go. Little shell. No, you're all good. Okay. Cool. Haha, I still wife I did you did. I think I did this a little different than how I was supposed to. Cause me thinks that this should come out a bit more. Maybe me squish and then me bring out. Ooh, wait, me thinky. Bring it in. Take this guy. Shrink a bit. Maybe a little bit more so it's smoother. There we go. There we go. A bit wider. There we go. Now how's she shell? Whee! There you go. I think I kind of want to make these soft though, so it matches the rest of it. I'll bring this down just a teeny bit. There we go. And now I just gotta UV it. Let me combine it. History free center pivot. Item, Miyu, and then shell. Okay. Free center pivot. Yeah, it can be in the center. And then modeling, UV editor, UV camera based. And then take this guy, cut that. And then I think I want to cut it like this. Yes, I do want to cut it like that. Okay. And then, yeah, the rest of this is fine. And I can just unfold it. Range shells, layout. Ew. I want to lay it like that. I feel like you could be bigger. Yeah, see, you could be bigger. You could still be bigger, honestly. Oriental. Oh, you're oriented? What the fuck? I want you to be bigger. Bigger for all the tiny little details. Because I think I do 2K? No, 1K textures? I don't really remember. This doesn't really matter. I think the fact that the server won't let me in is a sign I should go to bed. Very possibly. Very possibly. Make sure you have... brain, sorry. The right amount of RAM. What's their eat time? What's their eat time? Yes. And it is also almost time for us to get off. I'll do this show and then I'll probably get off. And just play some Minecraft offline. I think we have a shell material. Did wham! I know did wham! Guess what, Goob? Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, boys door. Sleep well. What's up, Goob? Okay. And then bake. Use that. And then bake it. I have been chomped. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Item. Mew shell. Okay, cool. Do I have like a shell material? I don't think I do. Let's do... I think it's a smart material. No. What the fuck is it called? Stylized edits or stylized AO? I don't remember. Stylized edits, stylized AO. Back. Welcome back. Oh. I think it's stylized edits. And then let's go to base color. And let's grab this. And then let me open. Didn't burn the ramen, but I did. But I did burn the egg. You know what? It was a it's like there's two things, right? So it's like a 50-50, and you if you think about it, you won the 50-50 because if you burnt the ramen, you'd only have an egg, which wouldn't be enough to sustain you. But you only burnt the egg, so you still have plenty to eat, There we go. Burnt egg is alright, yeah. Or the contrast needs to have less contrast. And then I want this color to be this color. Very cute. I might change this one though. Oh. There we go. Okay, I like that more. And AO. Let's make it a dark purple. And darker purple. As a blue. And blur. Let's see how it looks normally. Invert is correct. I don't know if posterize actually is doing anything. Thank you for the wellness check. Ramen would be bad. There we go. Actually, let me bring back that blur and let me see if I can, like, there we go. So the more we blur it, I'd almost do like 2. I have one that's just like this, and then lessen it. Thank you for the song request. I actually kind of want curvature? Not really. Maybe I do want curvature, actually. Fill curvature? Levels. Levels. Thank you for that, Pap. Much appreciated. There we go. Let me look at the levels. Can I look at the levels? Basic height. Tell Pixels I said nom. Okie dokie, I will. They're currently in the kitchen making dinner. Okay, that one. I think that works. Gradient, and then I don't know if it's a filter. So is it? Or is it a generator? No. Is stroke not a thing in There we go. There we go. Let's get the spread to be less. Actually, make opacity less. Mode soft, precise. I like soft. And then I wanna if I posterize it, what happens? Close, spread less. I want this to be on top, but I want this to be less. Multiply. This will be like more, maybe? Yeah, and then this one, I want to do another fill. It's a gradient. Boop. And I want this to be triplanar projection. Oh, invert. Contrast. Multiply? There we go. I have a gift for you in Minecraft. What's up? I'm coming. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh, let's go. They see me rolling. They hating. They try to get the goblin right and dirty. Goblin right and dirty. That didn't work. Right and dirty. Do I fit? Do I look like an appropriate size? I look like my big boy in a big boy boat. Wee, fuck tea. Found it and I was like, I must breathe it. Thank you. This is all I ever wanted in Minecraft is a boat. A boat that looks like a kiddie pool. Wee. Wee. Okay, thank you. I was AFK in it. Okay. I want the balance to be like this. I kind of want it to be more like that. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Maybe not that. And can we do cylindrical? Is that possible? Contrast? Maybe if I want like this. 90? Nope, that's not gonna work. Mew did give item for the first time in like 5 years. So I'm making her a seashell because she asked for a seashell.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh. I think my favorite thing is like how she like lays. I want this to be mac and cheese. That's fine. What happened?
Same thing happened with the time launch.
Oh, it just gave up on life.
No, I checked it and I was like, So I said, 5 minutes. And then I decided myself, what's happened? Time went off. And I decided time. So it's still there. It just took a while.
No, it's fine. That makes sense. It's okay. I want that curvature. I think this is why I kind of wanted to do this a bit. Wait, invert now? Yeah, there we go. Shit, I want this to be on the high points. Maybe light would have been better. Light. Vertical angle. Yeah, there we go. And then I want to grab. You have like a little. Let me open it. Oh, have I done this? I just do white. Filter, posterize. It's pretty, thank you. Gotta make sure that the base is looking good. Bless you. There we go. Highlight. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. The highlight glossiness. There we go. Light attenuation. More light attenuation. I want it to be less. let's do that, and let's do soft light. Screen? No. Forget which one it is that I want. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. There's one that makes like the colors lighter, and I forget which one that is all the time. That's kind of cool. It's like this one. Posterize it less. Yeah, there we go. The road. The road. There we go. The road. Road. There we go. Look at that, it's so cute. I'm gonna do a little bit more on the horizontal, maybe? No, okay. Very cute. Okay, and then... Alright. Material. Don't remember if it takes roughness in in the program, so I'm going to do it anyway in case it does. Oh, this is not this is rainbow. I not have it. Your ass. I don't. Rainbow iridescent. No, I think I have it. I think I have one. Add resources. Oh, god damn it. I want no comments. Where did I put it? This one. Uh-oh. Oh, it's frozen. Hold on. It's gotta think. It's gotta think really hard. There we go. Actually, can we do blur slope? Yeah, and then add. There's like another one that makes it all wiggly. Oh, posterize. Oh, that's pixelate. Whoops. I thought there was one that made it wiggly. Stylization. Interesting. I'm not mad about it. There we go. Now for the magic, we make it not rough, right? We make it shiny. Pixels made, he gave me leftover mac and cheese and he was planning on making, brain thinking hard, squash soup. Oh, the roughness is too high. Why is this masked? I know, but it kind of looks cool. A little bit more less roughness. Oh my god, share? Of course. Good night. I'm gonna go sleep even though I don't want to because I need more sleep. No problem. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. I adore you. Wrong way. This is cool. I think I need to do one more filter because I think it's a little too saturated. Hue saturation. Not that much lightness, just like a little bit. So we're gonna give it to this and this. There you go. You're so pretty. So cute. Okay. Export textures. It's the normal PBR textures, metallic roughness. Base color, roughness, metallic, normal, high emissive, export. I don't know where that exported to. Boop. BG. Select folder, export. Okie dokie. Me shell. I'll just put that there. Well, she says somebody came out so good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For a low poly acid, I don't think it looks too bad. Especially the backside. I like the backside a lot. Save. Alrighty. Let me zip this up and send this to my wife. Press to zip file. Shell item. Boop, 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 boop. Yay, yay. And if it doesn't work whenever you use it, just let me know. Because I think I'm technically supposed to make it an OBJ, but I don't remember. I don't remember. Here you go. I love this song. Alright, roger, roger. Alrighty. Let's go raid. Let's go raid the peoples. Birthday art hangout. We're going to Gore. I didn't know it was his birthday. Alright. I'm sending you to Gore because he's doing something and it's cool because they're doing our birthday art. Alright, so let's go. Let's go. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'll be in the Minecraft server and on Discord if you need anything from me, so you know where to find me. I love you guys very, very much, and thank you so much for the raids, hanging out with me, dropping by, saying hi, lurking. It all means a lot to me. Go have fun and tell Gore happy birthday. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow for peak at 2 p.m. with wife and friends. And then, video editing, and then probably more Minecraft. But I love you guys. Have a wonderful time. Goodbye. And remember, I always hope you get to do what you love. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but maybe put in a birthday message instead. That would be pretty cool. But I love you guys, and have a wonderful time with Gore. Good night.